Okay. Hey, Nosen. Hey, aphorism.
I want to make this world delicious.
I'll play a couple runs, and then we'll spend a bunch of time going over the patch notes. Always nice to get the patch notes early. Kind of feels bad when we're taking away from playing on patch day to read the notes.
Eat up, Bolt. I bet you feel stronger already.
Welcome in, hon. What can I get you?
Could try taking apron.
Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Calendar might just be better. Why did I buy this?
I used to offer a free ride home, but people thought it was weird.
Actions are huge, not in size, but in design changes. Interesting. Brewed a very bad idea coffee. Take a sip or two and pitch it. Oh no. Look better today.
What can I say? I'm good
Feel
with
fine.
a knife.
Surely day one apron pre-flight is playable. Yeah, you would think so.
If you
I don't
have
know.
to ask the price, you can't afford it. Shall I gift wrap it for you?
Well,
You're a smart one for your size.
can get a Banu leaves. Icarus rank on Jules is unreal. Seriously? That's crazy.
Why fight when we can feast?
You should know, I'm a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Be a very interesting patch. Yeah, I didn't really go over the patch notes yet. I'll
You fall like a
I guess we lose to
boulder.
this. That feels bad.
I flow like the waves.
Okay. Well. I regret as bad this patch. Yeah, I have Jules at the bottom by a good amount right now.
Cast aside your deathstruments. Use that for the good of all.
I think it's actually the only character that feels bad to play.
I'm so glad we could share this experience today.
I just like find a noodles and go noodles Banu leaves, maybe.
Knife or beak? Your choice.
I think Stella feels worse. Stella at least has a good late game. Like, Stella and Jules feel similar. But Stell gets to build towards Exodia, where Jules gets to build towards boards that fall off on day 13.
An outrage!
Like, even the builds people say are good on Jules, like Freezer, Lollipop, Brute Press. I don't want to be those boards late. Hey, Benzuru, thanks for the sub. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
Welcome to Gigamart. Can I help you find everything? Ooh, that one's on sale. Buy 200, get one free.
Like, the Jules early game is probably better than the Stell early game, but it feels like they fall off around the same time. You're not like Dooley, where you can just, like, tempo your early game board to 10.
Spend 300 more for free shipping. I'll carry it to your vehicle.
What am I doing? Legitimately, what am I doing? These items are terrible. Still playing the blueberry pie. Totally fine being a freezer lolly late.
But I was raised
Yeah, I
on
don't.
the
I've had really
streets.
bad
We're
experiences
out to
trying to go
dethrone
late with
kings,
freezer lolly.
not to squabble with nobody.
Like, the good boards and the other characters are just so much faster than you.
Defeat does not defeat me.
See you after this game. Either after this one or after the one after. We'll see. I expect to spend a long time on the patch notes.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. Tell everyone you got it here. I think that suits you beautifully. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
Jules can be pretty fast. Yeah, I don't know. A lot of your starts just don't do anything. Like, you can have the diamond eggs to start your freezer, but unless you have, like, the full permafreeze setup, you're still getting raced by most good boards. It's not hard for a day 13 Stell to just kill you in 3 or 4 seconds. Same thing with Vanessa.
Master said, if I believe, I can do it.
Where Jules is like, freeze a couple items and hope that you have shatter so that your kill time is actually
Going easy on
fast.
me.
Hit a couple times the lollipop.
Finally, some space for that blender.
And god, the games where you don't get refrigerator too are just, they're not refrigerator. I can stop calling it refrigerator. Dishwasher. They're just so bad. Like, if you told me on day 6 I could find refrigerator every time, I think I would buy that Jules is a great character. I called it refrigerator again. It's dishwasher. But it's like the games where you miss it feel so bad. Just an hour? There's no way that I will finish any reasonable patch note reading in an hour. That's me when I'm like trying to speed run through it on patch day.
Come on in. Let's chat.
You could take it. I don't know. What's the funny stuff with Lollipop that we'd be able to do? Like, you're definitely supposed to take it. Like, you just take Lollipop and run it down here, but we're not doing anything else. Is the problem.
Do you have to leave already?
Are the... I don't know if the bandy leaves are faster than the noodles.
Let's make this quick. I have something in the oven.
My people.
Mr. Bay not want to be
live
chilled.
in peace.
Oh, it does. What is it again? It's like when you crit, it
Orange.
charges, I think. Yeah, I don't think we're critting. We are critting a little bit. We have Kenai. It matters a bit. It matters a bit. Ow.
No hard feelings, right?
Apron is pretty bad. Apron is no colander. I'll put it that way.
Make deals, not war. You are enough, friend. But I'm glad you bought this.
Might want this. I don't know. I want to find my slows.
Witness my strength, lads!
Well, we're gonna be here for a while. I probably should have hasted the honeycomb instead of the lollipop. I don't think it matters here, but... Pop shuffle, such fun. Yeah... It's, definitely not my favorite design quest item in the game.
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
Thanks for trusting me. I hope we can do this again.
Fiery Pasta Solar Farm is kind of fun. Yeah.
I get it. You're busy. Enjoy your purchase. My food is good. My food literally makes you a better person.
Well, let's see if this beats anything. Yeah, let's do this. this is right. Oh, right, I want to get the sorbet on the chilled slot.
Mind if my crew films this for the show?
Are you sure? Have you noticed I'm huge? Hmm? I believed in myself and I still lost.
Yeah, these are the matchups where you really feel a burn nerf. Like into any kind of defense. Bronze Pig is a 95% chance of playing Money Tree. It does feel like it sometimes.
Ah, you've just taken the first step toward good taste.
Guess I want to have a decanter lying
Remember,
around.
diamonds come in small boxes.
My battle days are over, but my weapons crave more.
Wrong large item.
All my weapons have been tested in battle. Have you?
It doesn't do anything, right?
Please, I do not
Bronze Pig with zero
understand
scaling.
what I
Yeah,
am.
barely. Barely. Let's just say, thankfully, Money Tree is a healing item and not a shielding item.
I'm the old tinker.
Almost
Tell
halfway.
him I am here.
Finally, some space for that blunder.
I guess that's cool to have.
The Grand Society of Master Merchants welcomes you. Medium is the size of dignity. Nothing I can do about your poor judgment.
So that's probably better.
It's an honor to cook for such an accomplished chef. Oh, you're not going to put this on your show, are you?
But I could just get a little more damage here in the back.
Oh, I'd rather feed you than fight you.
Why must we do this? Death laughs at us both.
Well, I don't think it's gonna matter here, but good decision.
I could teach you my power, but you would squander it.
know exactly how much I need to respect this fight. Enough that I'll do this.
So many centuries and torment.
Maybe needed to respect it a little bit more. Yeah, we're critting now.
You must warn your people.
Appropriate amount of respect.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains. You're listening to your needs. That's good, I guess.
I'm gonna esoteric add a bit of the politics is a bit too on the nose. Yeah, I'd believe it. Oh, I needed to move my board around.
No! Gotta die them!
Whoops.
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
When you're ready, I'll send you to Orlin. But I'll keep you as long as I can.
Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Classic.
For me, this is talking fast.
Okay, that's at least a good one. Hey, Jamaldehyde, thanks for the bits.
Your coins are like dust in my palm, but thank you.
I probably want to make it more likely that the decanter lands on the lollipop. There's a lot of charge. Doesn't really do anything. I'm still gonna play the haste.
Why fight when we can feast?
Oh, gaming hard or hardly gaming? Kind of hardly gaming. I don't know. Looking forward to reading the patch notes later. Oh. Okay. It's cool, I guess. I thought we were fine, and then we got crit.
Please play a game or something. Finally, some space for that blunder.
Oh, we're gonna
Speed
need
doesn't
charge
come from
skills.
muscles. It comes from beyond the body. The key to moving faster is seeing around the distance.
So sad. Pig is being removed next patch. Well, one, that wouldn't be sad. But, two, I feel like people say this every patch, and it never ends up actually being true. I don't know. We'll see what the patch notes say when we get to reading the patch notes. Okay, Lollipop finally quested. Rough way to do it, but...
I'll make you dinner. You'll be delicious.
Dishwasher, please?
Am I a soldier? This isn't over, dirtbag. War never is.
Sale, no sale. I want what's right for you. You might try JJ's shop. Real friendly guy.
Do I even really have an upgrade target here? A spatula?
Have you seen
Coffee?
Sylvia by any chance? Did she mention
Not really the speed item that I want to be playing when I've got Decanter.
Now go out there and be
Oh,
Here, cannot wait to main
counter
Karnak. Sigil design looks so
precious
cool.
Counter
Yeah.
space.
Karnak's got some cool stuff. Do I need this? Can I just take a loot item? I feel like I probably need this for something. I guess it opens up Cornucopia as a hit. Not sure how much that matters.
Why haven't you moved on from here? Why haven't I?
But I could just play lighter if I... Chef's hat, maybe? If I want the decanter to be a bit better. I feel like the decanter being good is pretty important.
Let's make this quick. I have something in the oven.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun. Bring her about! I've got another salvo in me.
Jumbo walk can work with Lollipop. I suppose. You can't find a dishwasher. Don't you still need a dishwasher?
You look like a hardy one. Need some work?
One more roll. That's an interesting one. Use charge items on the heated slots. Sure. Yeah, but you can go like Cornucopia, walk, Lollipop. Is that a thing?
No one understands.
Oh wait, no, you need. Oh yeah, you would have 3 heated slots. You put pawn shop on board. How big is it right now? We might be able to. 600 now? You know what? Sure. Why not? I wasn't even thinking about that, but I guess Diamond Pawn Shop gets pretty big pretty fast. Wait. Okay, well, we can't chill this anymore. That's fine.
I'm a people person, and sometimes I sell stuff.
That works.
Now, if that doesn't work out for you, come back for a refund.
It's not that the cancer always charges the lollipop.
Happy
Save
to
him as a
make a
tool.
sale. Sad to say goodbye.
Finally, some space for that blunder.
Shield our lollipop.
I may look refined, but I was raised on the streets. Mind if my crew films this for the show?
I don't know, maybe Pawn Shop is basically just dishwasher. If you just squint at it a little, they're basically the same item.
Oh, in the kitchen. The meat doesn't fight back.
Diamond Pawn Shop gets so big so fast. Definitely not winking. Upgrade kitchen scale here. HP without the speed. Yeah, and the HP turns into damage, though at a pretty bad rate, but...
You got your just desserts.
I don't know how much damage is this right now. It's like almost 100 damage.
Oh, counter space.
Even
Precious
more.
counter space.
It is sad not everyone can be a worm cat, but you will try. Yes? Ancient worm cat technique.
Okay.
Destroyed many spheres.
Let's
We're
make
playing
this
pig
quick.
now.
I have something in the oven.
I should warn you, I'm not.
We want to be buying tool weapons anyway for the hammer. Oh yeah, just double this pig's health.
Next time I'll show you what I learned from this.
I would tell you who sent me,
At the edge of the foundation, they wait. They build.
I think Karnak seems to be very Mac in character archetype, not in how it plays, but how in their video introduced them. Maybe I haven't watched the Karnak video yet.
Wins again.
Some of the patch notes were baffling. You got me interested.
Finally, some space for that blunder.
Now this is health food.
Nah, I haven't looked at him yet.
Literally. Eat the bones for stronger bones.
Why fight when we can feast?
If you knew my true purpose, you would stand aside.
It's in the wrong spot. So that feels a little bit bad.
Time is long, but I have none left for you.
I show you but a glimpse of your potential.
Get one poison regen Mac. Didn't we fight poison Mac already? We win that if we just don't have the lollipop in the wrong spot. He don't really do anything. Turbo kitchen scale, I guess.
Feeling very short-staffed right now.
I think right now we're racing most of the poison Max. Our board is pretty quick. Whether we're winning on day 15 is a slightly different question, but...
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
That does good work. We keep each other sharp. My work is for the glory of Samaska. So, tell somebody.
Small items, small people. I love them all.
Okay, be very careful
It's
here.
Smaller than Quixel.
Do I want this? Doesn't really fit anywhere, does it? I think the haste is better. The haste doesn't get wasted. If there was another source of haste on the board... Hammer check. 5.
I'll show you those stumps back home. I'm gonna be a business tree.
Game. Farmer's market. Oh, just for the max HP scaling? Maybe.
Oh, I'd rather feed you than fight you.
I'll fly rings around you.
Just higher value. Yeah, but the food being higher value is relevant because of the max HP scaling. Are we dying to Daggerwing?
Whoa,
No,
take
okay.
it easy. I thought we were just sparring.
That's not a good sign. Yeah, it was probably worth grabbing. It was probably worth grabbing.
The desert wind is warm perfume. Return to the bazaar. Do not corrupt us.
Players in this game usernames only numbers. It's mostly Chinese players, right? I haven't really been paying attention to that, but it's the charge, but okay. No, why would anyone bought this game? There's no reason to do that. It's not really that urgent to upgrade the hammer. What's the hammer doing? Getting me kitchen scale upgrade?
I may look refined, but I was raised on the streets.
My fight isn't with
I guess
you.
there's a bunch of gold in the egg too. I'm not quite as poor as I look. Shiny weatherglass.
Next time, boys, less blunder, more plunder.
You have at least a grain of wisdom, since you have come to me.
Don't need that. Don't think I want lethargy. I guess this does something.
I do not teach violence. I teach mastery.
Not much, but something.
Come, let's release our joy and rage.
It was interesting. I think I need to activate this too many times.
Your strength is beautiful.
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
Nice. So I guess we're
As a GSM master merchant, I
going
can
here.
sell you. Oh,
This back in the proper spot.
so tiny. This is a gift at any price.
I guess I'll do
On
this
behalf
now.
of the Grand Society of them.
Got an extra
Mister-
21 gold in here.
Anyway, thanks. Did you see it, Quixel? I made a sale.
So there's the dishwasher.
GSMM manual, page 320. Don't let feelings blind you to profit.
I can't really play it. I'd be losing my haste and my spatula. I do like losing the spatula. But, like, I'm giving up crit for double damage.
Oh,
I guess I can bench it. I don't know.
Birds that nested in my mother. I'll never resell this.
Might end up being a thing.
Oh, did he see me close a deal?
Mind if my crew films this for the show?
You do see these tusks, right?
One Shop's just a better doubler at this point.
I can see you're going places, but I'll be chasing you.
Discounts for peace. You're not ready to accept the light.
I guess 1 gold to cycle an item is fine.
Okay.
Okay, let me just see what this looks like.
The world whirls like the wind.
It should be just like 4.6
The
seconds
bazaar is corrupt. Let the
to get
desert
3 lollipop
cleanse you.
activations. I should kill most things. I just
some
lose
space for
the
that
haste is
blunder.
the big thing, and my slows come out a bit slower. It just depends what you value. Like, this is a faster time to kill.
Discover for yourself.
But it's slower time to interact.
You learn skills quickly, but it takes patience
scaling.
to master them.
People first, profit 10th.
The small item on the cooler. No? Pretty sure it's the same problem. This shit's clearly not that fast. What? The time to kill is faster. Like, our first lollipop happens half a second later if we play Dishwasher, but we kill when that happens, rather than needing to wait for our third lollipop swing. Like, the Dishwasher board into no interaction probably kills like 1.5 seconds, 2 seconds faster.
Maybe I should lower my prices.
This world is full of noise. You must find
May kill, you're not sure. I mean, even if I get no crits, I'm hitting for over 8k damage. And then we get haste. That's pretty good. I guess that means I can't keep the dishwasher around anymore. Because now I just want the speed with the crit. Oh, we'd have 4.6. You really need pawn? Yes. It's doubling my life and almost doubling my damage. Pawn chop's just better than dishwasher right now.
Care little for gold.
It's so much damage. How can I not?
Let's make this quick. I have something in the oven.
I may be young for a captain, but I've seen my share of storms.
Kinda cringe. We're dead.
Bravery without strength is a sword without a blade.
That's unfortunate. Pretty sure we're fine if anything else gets hit.
I know. Most celebrities aren't this tough.
We got the redundancy with everything. Feels bad. I have crit. I have 25% crit. I crit sometimes. Need 10k HP. I have Temporal Strike Decanter. So if this gets blown up and I miss every crit, we do... I guess not quite enough damage. No, wait, yeah, that's enough damage. It would be 2k times 6. Well, okay. I'm going to take a quick break. Be back in like 2 minutes. When we get back, we will play some more. Hope you guys stick around. Probably one more run, and then we'll read the patch notes. Okay. Item destruction feels awful in an auto battler where you want to see your items do things. I don't know. I don't really feel all that bad when my items get destroyed. Like, they could destroy my items, or they could just, like, kill me, right? Like, does it feel worse to have my items get blown up than just, like, hit by an anchor twice? Or, like, rolled over by a boulder? It's all kind of the same thing.
The smaller the portions, the finer the meal. Shall I gift wrap it for you? Buyer's remorse never. Be remorseless.
You feels more honest? I don't know. I don't see much of a difference.
Food is life. Our bodies feel that.
Like, it'll be the
Yeah,
variance feels
that's the
bad.
ultra
Like, sometimes your best
protein.
item gets blown up and it feels like you lose a fight that you should have won. I get that, but I don't think that's just a destroy thing. It's interaction in general. You get the RNG. I mean, I think it depends what kind of player you are. I don't know if it universally feels good to get the good RNG.
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
Feels bad having to wait for a while after your carry item gets destroyed for the fight to end. Yeah, I get that. I don't know, at least most of those boards still have a clock. It's not like the pure fatigue boards, where the fight is over 10 seconds into the fight, you have no win condition anymore, but you gotta sit for Sandstorm. I'm gonna take a cleaver and pivot towards weapons.
Oh, I'd rather feed you than fight you.
Go ahead. Underestimate me. It makes this more fun.
So then you have a board at day one that you know wins 95% of matchups and you hit the 5%. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. When day one's just like the day you have the least control over, I can never feel too bad about losing day one, no matter how strong the board is.
You've got talent. You should put it toward nobler use.
Like, sometimes you're high rolling and lose, sometimes you're low rolling and win. There's just only so much you can do to make your day one better.
Take your time. I'm pretty laid back. Oh, I think you're really gonna enjoy that.
Can't be anything I care about, right? I don't know that I beat this. kind of need to
Come on,
find
then. Let's get this out. You
some
see
small
that,
weapons.
Barker? That's how it's done.
That's what I was looking for. Okay, so if I want to play this, I want to get out of this. I want to do board with just cleaver for scaling. What could go wrong?
Cast aside your deathstruments.
That's better. Okay.
Use that for the good of all.
Changes. Are they that crazy?
Why fight when we can feast?
I wasn't
I
expecting
may look
a ton of
refined,
changes, given that
but
we're getting
I
another
was
character.
raised on the streets.
Change that directly relates to something we went over yesterday? Well, that's not surprising. We went over a lot of stuff yesterday.
Well, I ordered the dish. Guess I have to eat it.
Ah, you've just taken the first step toward good taste. Neither wealthy nor wise, huh?
I'm finished with fighting. But I can help you. Go make some more stories. Then come back and tell me. Use it well. Make me proud.
Probably supposed to take lollipop here, but
Hey, when you carry
can I
my weapon,
just do
I fight alongside
anything
you.
else?
Dervishes have 2 blades
Gold,
and
hell
no
recovery.
honor.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't even know what it means for an event to move tiers.
I have failed you, Storm Queens.
Crit dagger not scaling, why not replace it with coffee? To haste kebab while your medium item does 25 damage. I mean, it's giving a pretty okay amount of crit to the cleaver. And it's a weapon that scales the cleaver. And triggers attachment set for shield.
As a GSM and master merchant, I can.
Oh, it's like the baby birds that nested in my mother. Oh, oh look. It's so tiny.
You say old. Our items have lived. They have stories.
I guess this wants to be here. I still want the crit on the Santoku.
Let's make this quick. I have something in the oven.
The shipping
You should
trapping
know,
pit. Oh
I'm
no.
a bit of a legend on Pelago.
Yeah, I mean, Chaka being less common in general is an interesting change.
Like my crew
Like, on
says
one
at
hand,
the
I will
bar,
enjoy not
another
feeling like I'm
round.
forced to have gold for chocolates. But there are pretty big implications in terms of, like, how quickly you die in the early game.
Enter purchase leave. Enter purchase leave.
be said. I mean, yeah. It's...
Sail.
I'm not gonna say that that's like a complicated observation or anything.
You leave it behind, someone else finds it. It all works out.
How's it going? It's going pretty good.
The coral speaks. Tells me to hurt you. Now I'll never captain a ship.
It is also weird that chocolate is sort of something that rewards you for not investing in your defenses in items because you can always invest in chocolate, and chocolate doesn't cost you board slots. Like, chocolate being I guess free is the wrong word, but a defensive layer that everyone has access to that doesn't cost you board space is kind of weird. But, like, I don't know if that's a bad thing necessarily. Like, it might just be good for the game that people are more incentivized to play offensive items.
For softies.
Finally, some space for that blunder.
We made progress today. I'm proud of you.
Remember, diamonds come in small boxes.
Oh, I'd rather feed you than fight you.
My fight isn't
Haste,
with you.
slow haste chop,
but
sell
if
turbo,
you
slow enchanted
insist.
items. The one that is pure haste does. The one that is haste or slow does not. The haste slow cooldown chop does not. It's based on tier, right? If it's a diamond chop, it sells enchanted items.
Defeat does not defeat me.
And make you prioritize HP gain skills a bit more. The problem with the HP gain skills isn't that they're bad, it's that the opportunity cost is so high. Like, if I'm going to pip on bronze skills, I'm probably needing to find weapon skill for my damage to work. Like, Arms Dealer is always good. Even now, Arms Dealer is great. The problem is just you're gonna not have a board for a couple days.
If you have to ask the price, you can't afford it.
Like, almost every time you're going to pip for a reason. Which... I would say that that's probably a bad thing, but... I don't know how you fix that right now.
I think that suits you beautifully.
That kind of just requires a design pass on
Go to academy?
every early game item.
But I followed the 10 principles of dueling.
Icon next to your name, a turtle eating blueberries. Yes. Yes, it is.
What can I say? I'm good with a knife. Oh, counter space. Precious counter
Going to
space.
Enchanted for reason 2. You need another anti-shop screen. I guess. I think that's a much more generic reason than I am playing a weapon board and I need to find damage. Where Andy is just, or the The enchanted item is just, I need an item for my board to work. Or I'm looking for direction, vaguely.
Gigamart's owner is the ultimate businessman. Take the deal.
Like, maybe it's just me, but it's like, the enchanted item is where I go to when I don't know what I'm doing yet. I'm never going to the skill shop to try to find a direction. But that might just be a preference thing. Like, enchanted item is just more fun, so I default towards that one.
Nothing tiny, nothing huge. All about moderation.
I do think it's generally not a design that feels great, that it feels like you have a bunch of early game boards that are dependent on hitting a 75% at pip. Like, you have to commit to the 75% before you go to pip. You don't know if you're going to hit or not until you spend the gold on the weapons.
Well, I guess motivation isn't everything.
Turtles like blueberries. Yes. It was one of his favorite foods. Bronze citrus. You're giving me a bronze citrus. Thanks, Mountain Pass. At least I have 1,000,000 gold. Why does it feel like everything on this character funnels you down a couple of paths? Maybe Sharp Corners lets us just play attachment set the whole run. Crit Knife, Crow's Nest, a lot of crit. Yeah, it's just also a lot of space. I don't think I'm cutting attachment set for it. Okay, Pearl. Pearl's direction, right? Surely? I have no way to make this fast on this character, do I? I also have no way to scale the damage. I have Dishwasher. Coffee Dishwasher. It's what, like the fastest it's gonna activate is gonna be like 7 seconds? If it was gold already, maybe. God damn it. Just take a minor upgrade. Yeah, we're gonna go over the patch notes after this run. Well, I guess we have an obsidian attachment set now.
I may look refined, but I was raised on the streets.
So I'd like to find some more non-weapon tools with how much damage this is doing. Needs foods. This is also quick. I don't know. Don't have a lot of crit for the spice rack. I'll try the positioning works out too. Very attached to this. Oh, right. I want the Santoku in the... Oh. Doesn't use...
Finally, some space for that blunder.
It's such a waste.
Now, tell you your weakness. That's for me to sell to your enemies. That is very dangerous knowledge. Use it wisely.
I would never debase my wares by haggling. Ugh. You want to buy that? I mean, excellent choice.
So, I mean, I could try to play these, but... Just want to see what my board looks like.
You are filthy!
These don't like weapon starts on Jules, because it feels so hard to pivot out of. I don't know. It does feel significantly stronger than the non-weapon starts nowadays.
Lost a limb in every outlet.
Yeah, attachment set doesn't crit.
I'll regrow this one too.
Like, I could do this instead. Maybe this is better. Like, you're either losing the knife sharpener value or you're losing the crit.
How do you hugelings use these things? I only sell things so I can buy things. Huge things! Truly a tool of the gods!
Sylvia and I. Oh, it was a love to... How do I do it? Just call it movie magic.
I don't know, Spice Rock's not
when
bad.
We can feast.
In 100 years when you are dust, I will remain.
Yeah, I mean, the freezer pivot's a little bit harder, the lollipop pivot is a little bit harder. I think you're expecting to get, like, a full extra win out of the early game, playing weapons versus the food start nowadays. And, like, you're kind of looking for the same things. Like, you still just want to find dishwasher or freezer.
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
Battle details? What do you want to see?
Lounging in this resort isn't how confidence goes a long way. Turns silver into more than silver.
You got your just desserts.
Damage? I mean... Certainly unexpected here.
My battle days are over, but my weapons enjoy the thrill of battle. Well, you can. Nufo teaches stillness. I prefer action.
Everyone here is huge. It's terrifying.
This doesn't work. This doesn't do anything. Get knife set again. Don't think I want to have knife set again.
This word says I'm bad at this, but I just want the huge things.
Let's make this
Yeah, like, it's
quick.
getting us crit.
I have
I
something
don't know.
in the oven.
It's
We're
a little
out
bit
to
of speed.
dethrone a king, not to squabble with nobody.
It's also just a reasonable trigger for our attachment set. Yikes! That's an embarrassing one to lose to. Wait.
You've got
Good thing we don't
talent.
lose to it.
You should put it toward nobler use.
Finally, some space for that blunder.
Okay, we need this. What does Turbo Spice Rack do? When you crit with an adjacent item, haste an item for 1 second. Underrated Ulu Knife. I don't know, it just feels so hard to make Ulu Knife do anything if you don't have specifically Cloak. I've gotten wrecked by Ulu Knife Cloak a couple times. So when I said I needed this, I kind of meant that in the context of this board needs haste. I didn't really recognize that our board doesn't have a good target for it. What if I play an attachment set? Just like turbo attachment set. When you use a tool, haste an item. So we would drop Santoku and the... Cardenfort's so good, though. Can I fix this yet? Do that. I get charge. Let me drop the kebab. Yeah, maybe. And to get more activations out of this. Infinite economy.
Come with no weapons, leave with big bargains.
So I want to sell things here. Because we want to sell things at merchants.
I can feel our energies resonating.
What happened to my arms
damage,
and
please?
legs? Take a guess!
Okay, we have almost good haste up time.
Sometimes I just get so angry.
I would spar with you, but this leg. Oof.
Any reason to keep this?
You'll be back with bruises.
Okay, so unfortunately my best item is, and probably will always be, this cleaver.
Oh, I'd rather feed you than fight you.
I may be young,
least best
for a
item that
captain,
activates.
but I've seen my share of storms.
Okay, Tiny Julian.
Next time, boys, less blunder, more plunder.
Just the board from next patch. Maybe.
Oh, counter space. Precious counter space.
Oh, dear granddaughter, how is life in big city?
That's about right. That's a lot of health, I guess. Sure.
You see, even big chef can learn new recipe.
Helps a bit. Let's take our 25 damage and just hope that we're tempoing out on 10, because I don't think this board is winning much later.
Size dilutes the brain. Mine is highly concentrated. Tell everyone you got it here. Whoever said money can't buy class had neither.
Maybe we can get the XP?
Your fault.
It's not that scary, right?
You stronger. Now it known. I pay well for mid-sized things. Reasonable sized things.
Not get anything out of cycling random items, right?
And
I guess now I do.
that's
Oh.
how a master merchant makes a sale.
Did not want to upgrade that.
It's an honor to cook for such an accomplished chef. We don't get too fancy, but we source the finest.
I have time to buy a freezer. I have time to buy a freezer, but I don't have time to do anything with a freezer. I have no scaling skills for it. Like, the freezer's just gonna suck.
We get our meat from hunters in the green art. It's jungle to table. All our fish is wild caught in Seagate.
Fake pivot. Yeah. Oh. Fine. Intentionally holding it. Maybe the crit matters.
Let's make this quick. I have something in the oven.
I should warn you, I'm not like other Jabarians.
We beat this, right? Their board doesn't do anything.
Well, I'll admit,
Already forgot to sell in shop.
I was impressed.
Oh, the run's over anyway. Either we lose this and the run's over, or we win this and the run's over.
As spotless as our tablecloths. 5 stars out of 5.
I think these kinds of tools boards are underrated. Really? I feel like they're not good. I feel like these typically fall off on like day 7 in ranked. Like, we got pretty lucky getting the Obsidian Detachment set to have a board at all. But even with this, I don't think this board was actually good. There's a lot of ways to play your tools. I haven't seen any that still look good after, like, day 7 without finding your gold item. Like, sometimes you can find the dishwasher and keep playing this board for a little bit, but in my experience without dishwasher, the board just stops functioning after a certain point. Jules is a machine that turns 9-0 starts into 9-3. Yeah, I've definitely had that experience a lot on this character. Jules and Mac both do that a lot, I think. Though I guess Mac less this patch because he's picking up earlier losses more. Historically, that's been a Mac thing. This patch is probably mostly a Jules thing. It's a good mid-game board. Yeah, exactly. It depends what you define as the mid-game. Like, when I'm talking like early, mid, late game, early game is everything before day 6. Mid-game is like 6 to 9, 6 to 10. 6 to 11. There's like a big jump from like day 13 plus too. Maybe that should be late game. I don't know. It's all kind of ephemeral. Okay, I'm going to take a quick break. Be back in like 2 minutes. Oh, when we get back, we will read the patch notes. I hear there's a lot of stuff in there. Hope you guys stick around. Cool Jules this season. Got an occasional neat power spike. Temple letting you find Vanessa weapon skills. Oh, yeah. Maybe. Okay, let me find the patch note page. Did you do a patch note reading yet? We are just doing that now. You got here just in time. Okay, patch 12.0. Enter the Hunter. Prize pass, chest, store. Okay, cool. Cosmetics. Hooray. Leaderboard rewards. Cool. Quality of life changes. Here we go. Enchantments have been separated from item titles and tooltips. Does this mean anything? Oh, wait, we saw this in the... Like, in here, right? Or not in here. Why do I feel like we saw something that showed this already? Maybe I'm misremembering. I don't know where. But yeah, I mean, this still means we're not seeing enchantments in-game, right? Like, before committing to the enchant. While in windowed mode, players can now resize the window by dragging the edges or corners. I didn't know you couldn't do that already. Videos can now be skipped by any keyboard input, for the people that cannot find the escape key on their keyboard. Or I guess if you open the bazaar enough, maybe your escape key is broken, and you needed this change. Gameplay changes. While not playing as Jules, you can now get heated or chilled slots during level up if you have an item that requires a heated or chilled. You get a maximum of one of these. The 40% keyboard freaks? Wait, are there keyboard configurations that don't have an escape key? That's crazy to me. Okay. While not playing as Karnak, you can now get Karnak's basic rage skill. Oh, so this is just like to have symmetry between the two of these? Sure. Yeah, like, I don't think this changes how it feels to get an off-class Jules item. Usually if I want to get a heater or a chilled slot on Jules, or off of Jules, I can get it most of the time. It is a little bit more reliable. I get just one each. Interesting. So you can get a heater and a chilled slot now. You couldn't do that before. Yeah, I don't know. Giving up the random item level up reward is pretty cheap. It's probably cheaper than an hour on average. Definitely cheaper than an hour on average. Like, how many hours are you happy to go to random loot item plus 2 gold? Probably pretty minor. But yeah, being able to definitely get rage. This reevaluates all of the Karnak items off class. Or at least all of the rage caring about Karnak items off class. Basic rage skill. Like, do you get this at this tier? Or do you get a worse version of it? Because this is showing at Diamond. Does it only exist at Diamond? It's 369. Okay, so you get a worse version of it. Interesting. Yeah, but on characters that have easy access to charge loops, you're probably still getting into rage fairly quick. I don't know. Kind of cool. You also don't have to play the Karnak item, right? To get the rage. If you just bench a rage item, level up, get rage, you can like get Karnak's rage for 10% CDR on your pufferfish board or whatever. Isn't that kind of busted? Wait. When I put it that way, isn't that busted? I guess it only really matters for charge loop boards, but this is a buff to every charge loop board. You're just guaranteed CDR source. You don't get the whole packet. Well, the basic skill is everything, right? You have to calculate how long it takes to rage. Yeah, I'm just thinking, like, for all those charge loop boards that are charge looping anyway, but 10% CDR makes you go from, like, a 3 cycle to a 2 cycle. Like, you're getting 33% more damage for 5 seconds when you enter rage. Or 33% more poison output, or burn output, or whatever. The skill Chronox Rage allows you to generate rage to proc the effect of your item. So having rage doesn't let you in rage? I thought that was just like a property of the mechanic. Like how flying makes your items, like this is what rage does, is it gets you to in rage. A small item needs to go off 34 times to proc rage with the generic skill, 17 for mediums. Yeah, but it's like your whole board is activating things. It's not going to just be one item. Like, think about a pufferfish loop board, where you go, like, Clamorous Start, activates your pufferfish. Pufferfish is activating on loop. Then you have, like, whatever else on your board that's also activating, whether that's a Dock Lines or your Yeti Crab activates occasionally. You're probably getting into rage in, like, 3 or 4 seconds on a board like that. So wait till you read the patch notes? Sure. I mean, I'm just talking about the context of boards that currently exist. I guess that might not be a thing anymore, but... Like, most of these charge loop boards aren't just using one item. Like, Drill, for example. Drill benefits a lot from getting to Enrage. Anyway, slightly increased max HP gained in the first 8 levels to plus 50 each. Okay. So on day 1, you have 50 more life. Day 2, you have 100 more life. Day 3, 150 more life. So it's like a free chocolate bar event. Free 2 chocolate bar events by the end of the early game. For everybody. Extra health is probably a buff to Green Mac, getting nerfed to Red Vanessa. Maybe. I was spoiled on one patch note change, which is there's not... Something happens to the chocolate bar event. It's just instead of paying for chocolate bars, now you don't have to pay for chocolate bars, but everyone gets them. I don't know where that is. What's the change you were referring to? Sure. Yeah, I think... What is it? Chocolate. Okay. What's the event called? Here? Oh, eating contest. Starts at gold tier. So I don't know exactly what this means. What event tiers means is always really confusing to me, but... Theoretically, this means we see a lot fewer eating contests. I don't know if this means you're only going to see eating contests late and it's just a dead node now, or you're going to, like, occasionally see them on day 4. Means proportionally rarer. Does it affect what day it starts showing up? I don't think it does. I think that's a separate thing for encounters. I think it also depends how many gold events are in the pool as to how rare that makes it. Because, like, there are some diamond events that you see a lot. Like, the ticket vendor probably shows up 1 in, like, 5 or 6 runs. Finn starts day 1 and he's gold. Yeah, yeah. It's... Every time that an event changes tiers, I have no idea what the actual impacts on gameplay that is. Some diamond events feel way rarer than other diamond events. Some gold events, like Finn's, are really common. Yeah, it's like, are you seeing chocolate bars as much as Finn's now? Because if so, you're still seeing a lot of chocolate bars. And I'm pretty sure for the first, like, 4 days, you're still going to be pressured to buy chocolate bars. I don't think an extra 50 life per level is making chocolate bars that much less of an impact. You'll see Finn less as a result of seeing Chacos at gold. Sure. I'm just thinking you'll roughly see chocolates about as much as you see Finns now. So I guess maybe half as much as you see Finns now. I don't know how big the gold event pool is. Every other time you see Finns now, you expect to see chocolates too. I'm going to make it rare if just to reduce its presence as a skill check. Are we really calling Choclos a skill check? They're just attacks. I don't know. I guess it's attacks that you won't be paying as consistently often anymore, where right now it feels like you're just down 10 to 20 gold every single run if you're playing optimally. I think chocolate bars are generally a not very fun event, but I think the bigger problem with chocolate bars is just it's the most efficient way to get defense early. And you need to get defense early for most boards. Like, think of the things that make you want to skip chocolate bars. It's like when you have arms dealer, so you can go to shops and just buy weapons and effectively get chocolate that way. When you have, like, a life preserver or a coral armor that you're scaling, and that's how you're getting your defense, that lets you skip chocolate bars. When we're thinking about defensive options on characters like Mac, especially, like, what are you supposed to do to get defense? If you try to build up regen, you're still dying to all the burst builds. Chocolate bars is the only thing you can do in order to stay alive to burst as Mac. Dooley has some options, but Dooley just wants to jam all of his damage. There are, like, some duct tape boards or defensive scaling boards with mech moles that let you skip chocolate, but and I'm usually buying chocolate on Dooley too. It's, like, just efficient enough, and it buys you enough time for your mech mole scaling to kick in so that your defenses hit escape velocity. Like, I kind of wonder if the thing that makes chocolates so must-click is more that early defenses... If you want early defenses, there's no better way to spend gold than chocolate. Rather than, like, chocolate being an exciting node. You're confusing things. If you see Finn more early... You see Finn early more because you see him day 1 and 2. He's actually way rarer than chocolate, but due to the skill the pool being small early, he's semi-common. I think that's true as the game goes on. I don't know how many gold events are in the pool, like, day 3, day 4. So, like, the relevant days for chocolate are day 3, 4, and sometimes 5. If there's not a lot of gold events in the pool those days, then you're still seeing chocolates pretty frequently. And I feel like I see a lot of day 3, 4, and 5 Finns, no? Yeah, it's definitely no longer guaranteed, but I think you're probably seeing it like 1 in 4 runs, 1 in 3 runs on day 3 now, assuming that it's as common as fins. Big reason why Chaco is so good is that a lot of early red boards, red boards especially, get out of reach by adding an extra 150, 300 health early. Yeah, and Chocolate's just the best way to get out of reach of those boards. Like, it being defense that you... So, when I put a shield item on my board, and it gives me 150 shield early, I'm pretty happy. And that's using a slot on my board. When I buy chocolates, I have 150 extra shield, effectively, for the rest of the game, and it's not taking up any board space. Like, just looking at chocolate as a defensive item that doesn't take up board space is indicative of how good chocolate is. It's better early defenses than early defenses. Exactly, exactly. Like, there are some things that are better. Like, Arms Dealer's better, Coral Armor's better, Life Preserver's better. But not every character has access to these things, and sometimes you don't have them, or you don't want to spend board space on them. Like, when you can either play Life Preserver, or 2-cycle your opponent, and buy chocolate, you'd rather just 2-cycle your opponent and buy chocolate than put Life Preserver on your board. Like, if you're killing 6 seconds faster by not playing Life Preserver, you're giving up, like, 450 health in exchange for killing 33% faster or whatever. Regal Blade and Torpedo. Well, you have the same amount of health. That's not really changing. Like, unless there's changes to weapons to make them do more damage, the boards that are getting out of range of chocolate are still out of range just from the level up bonus. My concern is just that chocolate is still a must-click when you see it, which I think is what they're trying to solve with this. Maybe there's some changes in the items that give better early defenses. But, like, you also don't want to buff early defenses too much. Like, chocolate is kind of the best kind of early defense, where it never scales out of control so fights don't go into Sandstorm because of chocolate. Where when you start buffing items like Coral Armor, you start to get really Sandstormy fights. Basically what I'm saying is that it's a really complicated multi-pronged problem that I don't know what the solution's supposed to be. But, like, I also don't want to play a game where every fight for the first 3 days goes to Sandstorm because defenses are better than offense. But there is some kind of middle ground of... Well, chocolate is that middle ground. Where it just, like, buys you an extra couple seconds, but comes at a cost. Since your opponent also gets more health, doesn't it kind of even out? Well, no, if you're trying to be bursty, it doesn't, right? Like, if you're trying to kill with your torpedo, then if they're out of range, they're out of range. You're still either killing them or not. Yeah, if we're talking like sustained damage boards against sustained damage boards, then yeah, it evens out. But if we're talking about burst versus sustained damage, no, this is a... The sustained board is going to be better there. Okay. Oh, there's still more, right? Adjusted the way doubling other percentage-based triggered effects work, so they no longer doubled it with persistent-based bonuses. For example, Obsidian Atlas Stone would more than double its damage on use rather than double... Oh, okay, so this is changing the Fruit Press, Atlas Stone sorts of interactions, where you're not getting triple damage anymore, you're just getting double. Because the way that it worked currently is with Dishwasher Fruit Press, every activation of Fruit Press tripled your damage instead of doubling it. That's also kind of the reason that Fruit Press was good. So... Rip that board? What else does this matter for? Is there anything else that cares about this interaction other than Karnak items? We talked about this a lot when going over Karnak items. Like, this is a big nerf to Sling. Potentially. Atlas Stone? Does it matter for Atlas Stone? How often are you doubling the damage on Atlas Stone? You're usually just using flat buffs, right? And then activating it. You never have obsidian on this. Runic Sword? It doesn't matter for Runic Sword. It's completely irrelevant for Runic Sword. The problem with Runic Sword is never that it doesn't scale enough. Doesn't matter. Well, I'm talking about what does it matter for. Like, there's a bunch of things that it affects, but are there any comps people are playing right now that this matters for, other than press? Like, it doesn't matter for Lollipop, right? Because Lollipop doesn't have another source of doubling. Yeah, I think this is just taking Fruit Press out back and shooting it. Bottled Explosion. What's the doubler for Bottled Explosion? Because it doesn't matter for multicast, right? Doubles itself. Yeah, but you need 2 doublers for it to matter. Because multicast still works exactly the same as it does now. The reason why the Fruit Press interaction matters is because Fruit Press doubles itself and then Dishwasher doubles it again. Command for Dishwasher and Obsidian. Yeah, I think that's true. Space's Sniper Rifle, technically, sure. I don't think I have run into a Space's Sniper Rifle board in over a month, so I wouldn't worry too much about that. The hell out of the Atlas Stone bug? How are you abusing the Atlas Stone bug? Well, one, it's not a bug, but also, like, what are you doing that's on Pig that's abusing this? Pig doesn't have any passive doublers, right? Last great evil that needs to be slain is the way Pill Buggy and similar items crit. Yeah. I'm a bit surprised they're doing this before that. Though they might just like the way that that works. I don't know. It's a bit weird. Persistent percentage max health gains now function additively. Okay. Oh, okay. We talked about this a couple days ago, too. I asked how this worked. 2 silver belts would be multiplicative before, and now it's additive. Sure. Easy to do this and pretty hard to do the pill buggy thingy? What? What do you mean? The pill buggy board is not difficult. It's like the reason pill buggy is strong. It's like the same reason that Fruit Press Dishwasher is good. The reason you play pill buggy is because you crit with it. Oh, you mean hard to fix? Maybe, maybe. I don't know what their code looks like. Reduce the burn decay rate. Really? You can't just, like, give us a number? Simply holding Atlas Stone in case of a ticket or random obsidian and grabbing any haste CDR, it was enough to win. But you get random obsidian, like, 1 in 50 games. Like, that's not plus EV. Felt the burn decay rate at all? I've noticed it more recently. It matters a lot in the early game against boards that shield or heal. And, like, you actually need to get your burn above, like, 40 or 60 in order to win. It felt like early in the patch when everyone was just playing more bursty boards, it didn't matter much at all early. But now that people are playing more shield and heal boards more reliably, I have noticed that the burn boards feel a lot worse early. I think sometimes when you get Obsidian, it was free 10. Sure. I'm just saying that happens pretty rarely. Like, it's just playing for a high roll. There's a lot of high rolls you can play for, especially with Obsidian. Like, you can also just Obsidian your Lion Cane, and that's probably a free 10. Going to solve speed. Yeah, exactly. Like, it doesn't even solve the biggest problem that you have with Atlas Stone. People's day 3 to 6 burn the most. I think it was initially it felt the worst on days like 6 to 9 when you're just dealing with like flat burn and health is getting high enough that just putting 100 burn on the opponent wasn't enough to win. It was every 6 games. That's crazy. Yeah, you're high rolling the hell out of your Obsidian enchants. I'm trying to think how many Obsidian enchants I've had this entire season, and I know it's less than 10. It might be less than 5. Probably not less than 5. I guess if we're counting Obsidian off of like just Temple or Artist or getting an altar, it might be less than 5. Yeah, but like even just going to the Day 9 Expedition is so much rarer than it used to be, with half of the ticket fights not giving that ticket anymore. Not counting. Yeah, not counting just like getting a random Obsidian item. That happens somewhat frequently. But yeah, I don't know. So, yeah, this is such a weird. The burn decay rate still feels weird. I don't know how to evaluate it. Because, like, it only really matters when the opponent's built defensively early. So it depends how quick the burn decay kicks in. Like, if 60 burn is enough to kill the opponent quickly, then it doesn't really matter that it's decaying much. But when the defenses get to the point where you need to get 100 burn on them, for example, it starts to feel really bad. Because burn just doesn't stack infinitely with a small number of it. Ticket Lady so much, it was kind of bumming. Yeah, I don't know. I see Ticket Lady maybe once a day on average. Buying Day 9 ticket also just seems insane to me, but it's a lot of early gold to give up for something that doesn't pay off for another 7 days. Okay, where are we? Anaconda, Day 9 monster, skill honed in. When you use a weapon, give your leftmost weapon 5 or 10 damage for the fight. Huh. Interesting. Early burn felt bad. Balloon Steel, for example, was barely playable at times. Once you hit big numbers, it barely mattered. Yeah. Like, I'd stopped feeling it entirely when we're talking about late game burn boards. Stuff like Lighthouse still felt basically as good as it did before. As long as you had good scaling for the burn, the decay didn't really matter. It's just like when we're talking about in the early mid game, you don't usually have good scaling for your burn yet. You try to sacrifice tempo for insane late game. The pig just has so many better ways to do that. It's also not even really. It's really not an insane late game if we're talking about late game. Like, I do not want to be Obsidian Atlas Stone on day 15 if I'm playing on day 15. There are so many better things to be doing. Jules burn felt noticeably worse. Yeah, the early Jules stuff felt a lot worse. The mid-Jules stuff felt a bit worse, too. But it's just so much easier to shield through a Noodles board now. Like, that board was really good at getting good defenses and good burn, but now it's easy to just out-defend the burn. Yeah, I remember. Outland's Terror, Day 10 monster. Beast Unleashed. Your leftmost weapon has plus damage equal to its crit chance. Your rightmost item has plus damage equal to your rage. That's a lot of damage. So, are you going to be able to get the Karnak skill when you get this? It says item, right? So I guess not. Huh. It's weird how late you get this, because it seems so build enabling. We should key off rage reference. You've been told that you get heated slots even with items that only reference heated. Sure, I don't know if it keys in off skills too, or if it's just items. It says in the notes just items, but yeah, I don't know. Wildman, Day 7 monster, Frontier Living. At the start of each day, get a rage item. Out of econ. Kind of late. Gonna depend on the rest of his drop pool, but never sad that you get this. A free buckle late game is still good. Yeah, true. Unabo. Day 7, Lone Charge. When you enrage, deal damage equal to 50 or 100% of the shield of your highest shield item. None of the builds that would want this. Like, you just get this too late, right? Is there any board that wants to flex into this? Soul of the District. I guess that's a way to pivot into it when you get it. I don't know how often you'll be able to do that, but it's interesting. There are some shield boards out there. Yeah, the problem is they just tend to be pretty bad. Dually Shield Core want? No, Shield Core's numbers don't get high enough. The thing about Shield Core is that isn't that your shield item gets big, it's that you're activating your shield items a bunch. And that gets you shield. Hey, Vito, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Hope your stream went well. Billboard's the closest. I mean, Billboard doesn't get... When I'm thinking of what wants this, I'm thinking like the Coral Armors of the world. But the problem is you're committing to Coral Armor way before you're going to see this. If this was like a day 5 thing, maybe? I could see it. But I'm just not sure how often you're going to have this and still be open to building around this. And you still need to get enraged too, which might not be easy. Maybe Karnak has some items that'll work with it. That's fair, that's fair. Maybe there's stuff in Karnak that turns us into a high roll. He didn't really have many shield items though, right? Wasn't he all healing? An insane skill on shielded items. Like Pig Hammer that's shielded. Might change your enchant pick. That's fair. It does work with enchants too. If you have a big shield enchanted item. He has shield. He has some shield, but doesn't it mostly heal? I guess this. I guess it's a scaling shield. Damage equal to your shield. Yeah, there was this. I guess the heal item just stood out so much more to me. Not being able to probably prevent any stupid things that have Omega high rolls. Yeah. You're also not building around this entirely unless you're getting it to diamond too, which I imagine the fight doesn't drop. Wild Boar Day 4, skill, Feeding Frenzy. When you use a food, gain 15 rage. When you enrage, haste your food. That's really good for a lot of very bad boards. It being day 4 is kind of spicy. Like, this would be great for the burn boards. I guess maybe those boards are better again now with the burn decay change. Like, getting both haste and the source of CDR is kind of big. That skill sounds great on Jules and sad for everyone else. Yeah, I imagine this is only mattering on Jules and maybe Karnak. Making stuff food can be nutty. Yeah. You, like, add the food tag to something. Just having another way to get into Enrage can be crazy. %, CDR is just nothing to laugh at. Decent mid-game skill, not doing much late. What? I feel like both lines of text on this are really relevant late game. It's gonna depend on the board. Like, assuming you can get to Enrage. Getting extra haste and getting 10% CDR is big. Evaluate your board. 1 second. Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing. Defense grid, diamond fangs, battery. Yeah. Tall buildings for billboard haste. Wolverine, Ferocious Bite. Your slowest weapon has plus damage equal to its crit chance. Another one of these? Is it a day 10 skill that has this effect built in? Now a day 8 monster has this effect built in. You have a link to the patch notes. Just go to the Bazaar website. There's a link at the top of the page. Worrywart. Day 4, Slippery Fella. Your slowed items have their cooldowns reduced by 5, 10, 15%. That's cool. Even if you're not self-slowing, just having a little bit of insurance in the slow. Like, you're never sad to have this. Probably not a premium drop, but depending on the rest of his drop pool. Unfortunately, means these monsters can crit you, though. Yeah. Not all monsters that crit are made equally, though. If the crit's just with a weapon that does a low amount of damage anyway, it's fine. It's when, like, the... What is it? The forklifts of the world or the cybersecurities of the world crit you. And it goes from a fight that you can win in 18 seconds just fine versus something that kills you in 9. Force field? Yeah. The force field crits were ridiculous. Expedition changes. Consume the ticket upon entering. I can't believe they didn't do this 8 months ago. But, sure. Whatever. Eating contest. Starts at gold tier. Was bronze. We talked about this already. Jules' Cafe no longer offers heated and chilled options. These are just part of level up. Okay. Tinker can now spawn for Vanessa. Which one's this? Is that tech item? Friend? Tinker's friend? Okay. I know what he looks like. He's the big robot dude. He's called Tinker? Bit weird flavor-wise. Vanessa got a huge push towards friends this patch. Yeah, I mean, she's always had a bunch of friend stuff. Kinda makes sense. Atomic Clock is a tool. So it's a little easier to find Atomic Clock. It's a little bit harder to find any other tools you might want. Does this matter for anything? What does the tool tag do for Dually? Multicat? Stop. You're memeing. Stop. That skill doesn't exist. You never see it. It does not matter. Clock plus ammo is stupid now that it's a tool off hero. Is it? What does that matter for? Clock just in general felt really low impact to me. Every time I play it. You just get it from a tool event? Yeah, I mean, it's a little bit easier to find, if that's something that you care about. Stell and Jules could like it. Oh, that's true, that's true. Just having a 1-second tool. Dude, they have a pretty hard time reloading it, though. Get random tool, got good all of a sudden? I mean, you're probably getting it one in... How many tools are there? There's like 100 tools in the game. Atomic Clock's also just not even that good of an item. I, like, constantly try to make it work, and I'm always disappointed in it. Clock's a noob bait item. It's good specifically in the context where you want a 1-second item to trigger something else. But, like, it is pretty unique in that it does that. There's not a whole lot of boards that are able to play it. Trying to use Atomic Clock for the cooldown increase effect is bait, yeah. First Aiden. What? We're nerfing Aiden? Of all the dually items to nerf? We're nerfing Aiden? Why? Claw arms? It's not even good with claw arm. It's a random haste. I'm so confused. Like, okay, I guess it's kind of an outlier in how much that it heals for a bronze item, maybe? It just seems like such an irrelevant change. Will there be a patch that Aiden doesn't get changed? Is that why we're changing it, just for old time's sake? They saw my double rifle Aiden board and the Hague came for him. Maybe they just roll a die to see if Aiden gets buffed or nerfed every month as a funny joke. You think Aiden healed a crazy amount on day one? Maybe, but like... Are we worried about Aiden as that on day one dually? I feel like the reason that day one dually boards were strong, if they were strong, was because they hit like pulse rifle right-handed. Not because of first Aiden. Aiden had insane numbers. I guess? Good solo PvPs with 20 or 40 heal. I mean, day one when you got it to silver, sure. I don't know, when you compare it to like seaweed or coral. Like, you're getting 1 second of haste every 4. It's such a weird target to nerf, is the thing. Like, of all the things to hit on dualies early game, Aiden feels like so far down the line. Aiden was better at winning day one than seaweed. Depends on the board. We agree that it won't matter. I mean, that's the big thing. I just feel like it doesn't really matter. Flintstones redesigned. Starts at bronze tier. Cooldown to 6. Burn 4, 6, 8, 10. When you use another relic or tool, charge this 1. Use another relic or tool, charge this. And the burn goes up with upgrades. It doesn't punish you for playing Tex anymore. Relic or tool. So you can play it to make your Primal Core faster, but it's not an item that scales off of Primal Core. It's probably still less burn with Ignition than something like... Oh, you can play it with Soldering Gun. I don't know. It's interesting. I don't know how much it moves the needle on burn, but... It's interesting. Launcher Core was nuts last patch. Aiden let you catching a stray for launcher specifically. Yeah, but by the time Launcher Core is good, Aiden is mostly on your board just because it's a fast trigger. Like, if you're worried about that, this isn't the change that you make to Aiden to make that board worse. Like, the difference between 20 and 40 healing at that stage of the game doesn't matter that much. Forklift. Plus damage for each unique type on your items. So no longer listing every tag that it works for. It just works for every tag. But you're getting slightly less damage. It was 150, 300 before. Well, I guess I gotta earn my forklift certification again, now that it's changed. Nutshard's even buff. On Primal, you rarely ran text to begin with. The old Flintstone get a lot of base burn. I have not played or lost to Flintstones in a while. I felt like Flintstones was kind of just a dead item last patch. So it's either a buff or it's neutral. Forklift shorts meta that was prophesized? Maybe. Every time they nerf Aiden, Rana is joking about people flooding streets with pitchforks and torches. Yeah, I mean, if they nerf it for the meme, good for them, but I don't know. It's like not the item that I would hit on Dually. If I was worried about something on Dually, I'd probably hit like Pulse Rifle or something. Mech Moles, again. Claw Arm. The end of each fight, permanently destroy the item to the left of this. It gives gold! Wow. And this gains the item's types. So there's no longer Griefs or Econ for the whole game. That's kind of nice. Dillo. Yeah, you could hit Dillo, too. Dillo getting plus 50 damage every upgrade when Race Carl gets plus 0 damage every upgrade is a sin that I don't even know how to come to terms with. Still plus gold. It starts being an econ item, maybe at gold, and you're never spending 24 gold on this to get 4 gold every combat. Like, it's plus 2 every combat, basically. You're not spending 24 gold for that. If you're buying this, you're intending to play it. It's just, now it's easy enough. It's a lot easier to go to shops and buy items while you're hydraulic pressing. Plus damage is fine. The plus damage plus a ton of CDR isn't. Well, yeah, that's why I'm comparing it to Race Carl. Race Carl just gets the CDR. So, like, if it got the CDR and not the damage, it would be a lot worse. Like, the damage is a big part of what makes it good. It's like part of why Race Carl feels really scuffed to play. Is because it doesn't get more damage with upgrades. You have to find some other way to scale it. It's also weirdly harder to get hastes than it is to get shield triggers with the way dually items are right now. Kinetic Cannon. Corrected an issue where this would not charge itself if it gained the core tag. Cool. Propeller Hat. Gains the weapon. Oh, thank God, it's a cooldown item. Deal 10, 20, 30 damage when you use the core. When you use a core, an item starts flying. When you use a... Whoa, this is an insane buff. What? Oh, it doesn't haste your core by default anymore. Okay, wait. When you use the core, something starts flying. And just when you use a flying item, you get haste. 4-second cooldown, medium item. I'll definitely play this a lot more than I played the old propeller hat. It was just always such a big cost to play a 2-slot item that didn't have a cooldown on a dually board. When I wanted flying on my core, I almost always preferred to have either thrusters or levitation pad. This was always the backup option. I mean, sometimes the haste was relevant too, but yeah, you kind of get the best of every world. It doesn't give you start of combat flying to your core, but it will give flying to your flying core fairly early into the fight. Probably at 8 seconds, worst case. And it's also giving you haste. And it activates. Yeah, I don't know. Seems good. Seems good. Apron, base shield up. Sure. Stew. Heated burn to 4. Sure. Panu leaves. Shield 20, 30, 40, 50. Okay, guys. You cannot tell me. First Aiden is soloing fights, so we're going to buff Banu leaves to what Aiden was. I also don't think this is a huge change for what it's worth, but... Aiden doesn't haste. Sure, like, most of the time that these are good, it's because you're throwing, you have, like, a random skill that's giving them extra shield. It's the same with Aiden. Like, Aiden, when it gets, a skill that gives you some extra heal, gets even better. It's still getting just as much better when you have the skill on it. Most of the situations where these are good aren't really going to change. You're going to play it when you have a shield skill, or it's going to be very good when you have a shield skill, and you're playing it for triggers when you don't. Also nerfing. Oh, are they? Okay, sure. But, like, that's also the same with... Are they nerfing the heal scaling skills, too? Is that why there's a difference? Oh, that changes the big buff to pivots into party float boards. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a buff to all the boards that care about flying. Basket quest gets easier. Thank God. This quest was so miserable. You would think that on Jules, because you're the character that has a lot of food, you'd be buying and selling a lot of food items. I don't think Dooley gets healing skills. Does he not? I guess he might not. Means Dooley's only heal item. You might be right. You might be right. The quest isn't easier because food comp rarity change? What? Lost chocolates or basket quest? Sure. I mean, this is still giving you... This is like a free chocolate bar event that you're discounted by. This is 2 chocolate bar events that you're discounted by. This is definitely easier to quest. Yeah, as I was saying, you would think that the character that has a bunch of foods, just like naturally buying and selling a lot of foods, the amount of times that I buy a basket on like day 1 and have 3 quest progress on day 4 is so much higher than you would think. But when the numbers are lower, it is a little more reasonable to just like cycle some foods into it. 8 versus 12 is a big difference. Where it felt like before, you were just exclusively questing this through chocolate bars and gumball machines. Corkscrew starts at gold. Cooldown 4 to 3. Sure. So we're buffing Stew here and nerfing Stew here. I don't know what the purpose of this is. It makes Corkscrew easier to find for the boards that want it late. I don't know how many boards want to have a Corkscrew late, though. I guess it depends on the burn decay change, if just playing Stew the whole game is reasonable now. Specifically, maybe too strong at silver with a few items. I don't know, the things that it was really strong with were other silver items. And if you hit 2 silver items, is that really a problem that you're really strong? Seems like there's a lot of characters that have crazy high rolls if they hit 2 specific silver items. The big thing about this is that the late game boards that want to have a Corkscrew can more reliably have a Corkscrew. Because it is easier to find gold starting items later than it is to find silver starting items. I just don't know if that's going to matter. Is there a freezer setup that wants Corkscrew? People still play, like, freezer, pizza, Corkscrew? You could. Is it, like, a good setup, or just, like, a backup option? I don't play enough freezer to know how strong that board is. Anyway, Decanter starts at silver. This was such a nonsense bronze item that I'm very happy to see this moved up. The random charge to a random food on your board was such not an item. And it clogged up your shops. But obviously later on, this has a lot of applications for like lollipop boards or maybe lollipop boards. Maybe even some non-lollipop boards, but lollipop's the one that comes to mind. Dragon Steak. Cooldown 7-5, burn to 10. Even before the chocolate coin nerf. So I had commented back when Jules was first introduced, it felt like they designed chocolate coin around Dragon Steak and made the numbers for chocolate coin strong to the point where you could consider playing Dragon Steak. And then, of course, that ended up having chocolate coin be one of the most busted items in the entire game because Dragon Steak naturally kind of sucked. And if you want to make Dragon Steak good with chocolate coin, you have to make chocolate coin insane to counteract how bad Dragon Steak is. Yeah, I don't think okay, I had one good run with Dragon Steak post coin nerf, and it was when I got a day 4 chocolate coin. Sorry, day 4 diamond chocolate coin from Lux. I don't know that a 1-second buff makes up for how bad Dragon Steak is. Because I don't think it was even particularly good back when chocolate coin was good. Corkscrew is because gold item RNG stuff. Not enough gold items increases the odds of seeing a specific gold item. Well, the way shops work currently increases the odds of seeing a gold item. Were there just not enough golds in the pool for Jules, so it was even worse? I hadn't really noticed that. I guess specifically, the corkscrew change makes it less likely to see freezer in weapon shops. How many gold starting weapons did Jules have? Give me 1 second. I could see that being the reason. Jules. Gold. I'm so not used to seeing this in full screen. I always have it slightly smaller. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. It's another gold starting weapon in the pool. So that just adding 1 gold weapon to the pool decreases the odds of finding freezer by half at Isla. Fruit press, damage gain on food use goes up to make up for the dishwasher not working for it anymore. So you can still play it with oven. I really haven't been impressed with the fruit press veggie garden boards, but I guess you can still play it with that. They just always felt like they were too slow. Yeah, that works in Scorpio. Could already be gold. So the way that shops work in this game, when you roll specifically a gold slot. So, okay. The way that merchants roll their items is first they roll the tier of item that it's going to be, so bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and then it rolls what item goes in the slot. For specifically gold items, they weight it so that you're more likely to get an item that starts at gold out of a gold slot. So if you notice, like, if you play Dually, it's pretty obvious how much easier it is to find fiber optics than Metronome, for example. That's why. It's just so much easier to find items that start at gold because of that weighting. Does it happen at diamond? I don't think so. It might, but it probably does. I feel like you would never see Shipwreck if it didn't work that way, at least a little bit. I don't think the weighting's as extreme, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's some kind of weighting for diamonds too. I think it's when you see Shipwreck, it's always at the large item shop, and there's not a lot of large items that can roll. I would say that there's probably not waiting for diamonds, actually. Yeah, let me change my answer there. Probably not. Probably not. But I know that there's waiting for golds. They've said as much. Giant sub. Cooldown to 6 seconds was 6. When you use a tool, charge this. Heated burn equal to this item's regen. Burn equal to your highest food burn. How does subs regen work? Regen equal to your highest regen food. So you want to be playing fast tools for this, and then you want to have a food that's giving a lot of regen. It could be another market payoff, maybe? Is there anything without market that can get a lot of regen quickly? No, right? Market skewer. Yeah. The problem is just, like, that's so many large items on your board, but maybe. Can't count with Gingerbread House anymore. I mean, I never played that board. I don't know. Not sure how much that matters. Giant Sub, like, similarly to Flintstones, Giant Sub was just kind of a dead item to me before, so... Even if this is worse than the old version, it's not actually worse than the old version, because the difference is I either never buy it or I never buy it. It was very strong. I don't remember when the last time I even saw a Giant Sub on an opponent's board was. Bread, haste on bread, Giant Sub. I don't think that scales anywhere near fast enough. What? Change gives you back an item slot. Needed to somehow run 3 other foods and tools. Charge your large item before. Now you don't need 3 food. Sure. Emu. Burn up. Heated burn up. Those numbers are better. I don't know, my problem with Imu has always just been getting the slows on Jules is kind of hard. I found like even in games where I have a bunch of cinders for Imu, solving this problem is a lot harder than solving this problem. But it is a buff. It is a buff. Meat Tenderizer starts at gold, so another weapon in the gold pool. Also, this one's like really nice to have it start at gold because it felt so unplayable at silver. Wait, it's also faster? Wait. Oh, but it doesn't go to 50. Does that matter? Wait. This is just a buff, right? Pretty sure this is even better at Diamond. It's 33% worse here. But I guess only... No, it's 40% better, right? And you get your activation earlier? Yeah, this is just better at all tiers. Even if the numbers on it were a little bit worse, you would value this being faster anyway. Like, even if the cooldown didn't go down here, I think it would still be better as a 4-second, 10% cooldown than 15. Maybe not. Maybe 4 is a bit too slow. No, 20%. 20% versus 33%. Speed is just so important. I don't know. Cool buff. I like Meat Tenderizer a lot. Mousetrap gains the trap type. Fair. Saffron starts at gold. Cool. I like this having base numbers that aren't unplayable without a shield skill too. Items that need specific skills to be good don't feel that great to play with. Spice Rack, crit chance scaling to 5, 10, 15. It was 10, 15, 20. When you crit with an adjacent item, your burn items gain burn. That's a lot of burn. Guys? That's a lot of burn. You personally think this might be better than Oni Mask? That's because this is better than Oni Mask. It is only with adjacents. But you can play, like, noodles plus spatula. Yeah, burrito, too. Adjacency is a big cost on Jules because of how the heated slots end up. Like, this is another board where you might get really screwed by heater placement. But yeah, I don't know. Seems good. Trail mix quest gets easier. Sure. Zarlik is a burn item now. This is a strange buff target to me. Because I feel like Zarlik was already, like, an alright item. Situationally really powerful when you had the right skill setup. Kind of bad when you don't. I don't... It's more haste. It's just a buff in every way. Interesting. Yeah, they should have doubled the haste up time. Strange. Like, it was very meh. I thought it was good when you had one of the skills that charged it. And that just felt like its purpose to me. And now it's just, like, even better when you have one of the skills to charge it. This might I guess this might also just make it a good standalone item, too. Yeah. Interesting change. Interesting change. Okay, I need to take a quick break. I'll be back in like 2 minutes. When we get back, we will move on to the Mac items. Hope you guys stick around. I can crit on its own for Spice Rack. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And it works with Tracer Fire. Yeah, this does seem like a very powerful burn package. I'm a little scared. Athenor starts at silver tier again. When you use a potion, burn 8, 16, 24. Start of each day, upgrade a lower tier potion and get a catalyst. I like a good Athenor. Yeah, I think this got nerfed back when we had Boiling Flask at silver. This was one of the ways that they tried to keep Boiling Flask at silver, and then when they pushed it to gold, they never gave us a good potion payoff at silver. But now we have Athenor, and this is definitely a good potion payoff at silver. It was great back then. The problem is, right now, there's nothing that makes you want to play a bunch of potions until you get to golds. And by then, it's kind of too late to pivot into potions. Sometimes you'll go for, like, you see a Boiling Flask and find your Flying Potion and go that way, or like, you do something unfair with Boiling Flask. But there's no reason to play, like, the big, wide potion boards anymore. Or this gives you a reason to want to play those. Nerfed with the Curio package when you could get silver larges without bronzes. Yeah, I don't know when those changes happened. Maybe. Yeah, I'm looking forward to playing with more Athenors. I always like the item. It's just, again, when you aren't incentivized to have a bunch of potions lying around, you never really wanted to buy this at golds. But when I see like a day 3 Athenor now, I could see leaning towards it. Yeah, I'm pretty sure, I feel like I remember the reason that the Athenor got nerfed to gold was because of Boiling Flask, but I might be misremembering. Black Rose, regen to 2. Was 1. Just the base regen? Sure. Sure. Seller starts at bronze. Regen 1248. Was what 2468. No longer upgrades potions. So it's just a reload item now? Wait. Is seller a printer? How does this item work? God damn it. Okay, it does give you a catalyst. It does give you a catalyst. It's 4, 6, 8, no bronze. Yeah. It's now a bronze item. Yeah, they just had this listed wrong. Not a big deal. They got it right here. We get another bronze catalyst printer, which is nice. I'm always looking for these early. Is that a terrible one to play either? 3-second cooldown medium item that gives you a regen. There are a bunch of boards where reloading an item matters too. I think I like this as a bronze. Not sure that it makes a huge difference, but as like terms of max overall power, but another thing that incentivizes you to play potion-y boards, and I like that. I do like the potion-y boards on Mac. I think they're a lot of fun. Floor Spike is a trap. Cooldown scales with upgrades. Damage no longer scales with upgrades, and the poison no longer scales with upgrades. Bronze Floor Spike gets a lot worse. Floor Spike is a lot worse until it's gold. I'm a bit surprised to see that. Floor Spike was definitely good, but I feel like you could still have the damage scaling. It feels like they're making the silver version of it worse for the bronze version sins, but Floor Spike Mortar solo carried early. It was definitely good. I don't know, things are allowed to be good, I guess. This is like a different thing for Mac to be doing compared to what he's been doing in the past. It just feels like a very heavy-handed nerf. But it's fine. It's whatever. Potion. Can transform into a potion from any hero. Cool. Recycling bin. Can transform potions into potions from any hero. Cool. It's just Karnak, right? There just haven't been potions on other heroes before now? Show Globe starts at bronze. Base burn to 6. Gains more regen. When you use a potion. Alright, okay, this is both the base. When you use a potion. Oh, it starts at bronze. So it's silver, it's 50% better? More more potion-y things, eh? So if my day 1 board is Show Lobe 4 potions with no reload. What's the cooldown on Show Globe? Is it 8? 7, even better. So we'll use our 4 potions. We'll get plus 12. That just beats everything, right? How do you beat that on day 1? Every 7 seconds, gain 12 regen. Or 18 regen, 18 burn. I guess it doesn't stack. Then you also get whatever value came from your initial potion activations. Maybe some defensive boards can deal with it, because it's not a lot of damage. I'm just thinking, like, 18 regen is so much regen. Yeah, you can also haste this. Though, if you're hasting it, you're cutting one of the potions, so you're getting less output. Maybe that doesn't matter that much, 15 versus 18. Maybe Brick Buddy? Yeah, Brick Buddy would outscale it. Defensive boards probably beat it, but anything trying to win by damage is probably going to have a rough time. Is regen potion at bronze too? Yeah, it is. There's a ton of damage. It doesn't really though, right? It's 18 burn. 18 burn every 7 seconds. It barely stacks. Like, if they've got shield, they're probably fine. Maybe Poison Pot's the difference maker. I could see that. You get like enough damage in early, and then Poison Pot finishes them off. Sack 400 plus shield, you just started the Sandstorm regen. Maybe. Seller for reload now. Yeah, I just don't know if you'd care to spend 2 slots on reload. I'm specifically talking about day 1. After day 1, yeah, Seller maybe, but I don't think you'd want to cut 2 potions for Seller when you can just all in on your first Show Globe activation. Picked an issue where Shiny was not working properly. Okay. Pygmalion no longer starts an additional... Really? I don't like this change. I know people have been clamoring for it for a while. I kind of like that they stuck to their guns on this for as long as they did. It felt like good signaling. I guess maybe it was weird because Pig was now the only character that had different health, and there's 7 characters now. It didn't seem out of place. Beehive now gives a bee when you buy it and at the start of each day. Now, why are we buffing Beehive again? Can we just delete this item from the game? I don't even want to read the rest of this. Every time this item gets buffed, it ruins the game. Can we... I'm scared. Should I keep reading? It's Bob Carey now? What? I'm gonna keep reading. Now oh, fuck me. Okay, whatever. Now buffs all small drones. At least it doesn't buff Bob. It's just another pants item. I don't think there's... It buffs Bob. No, because Bob's not small. It charges Bob. It charges Bob. Why are we doing this? Can we just, like, learn from previous mistakes and decide that this is not a good design for an item? Why are we doing this again? It charges Bob, isn't it insane? Yeah, it charges Bob, it charges Pants. It's a reason to not want to play weapons, I guess. Booby Trap. Reworked. Gains the trap type. The first time an enemy uses an item each fight, freeze it and other items for 2 seconds. Huh. 3 freezes on their first activation. Maybe reactive charge. Textiles is still better. ¿Por qué no los dos? Now you can, like, be a lot more resilient into the... Like, you can be more resilient into the boards that would have just raced you before. Now you actually get your Pants activation instead. Like, the Pants boards have extra space on them. Spammy boards that race you, not big ones. Sure. I mean, most weapon boards are pretty spammy. Like, the problem isn't even... It's the same thing that's Beehive before, where the problem's not that it gives you some, like, game-breakingly high win rate when you play Beehive boards. It's just the play pattern around it feels bad for everybody. Like, it feels bad to play Beehive and not run into weapons, and it feels bad to play weapons and run into Beehive. And, like, when you push it to where it's strong enough to want to play, you just have more games like that aren't fun. It's, like, more frustrating to lose to than stuff like Iceberg because of how narrow it is. That was shit Reynad loves? No, it's not, because it keeps getting nerfed every time this happens. They buff it, it's good, people complain about it, they nerf it. But now we're buffing it again. For the 4th time? Like, we've gone through the cycle so many times. That's the frustrating part. Business card starts at bronze tier. Sure. We'll change, I guess. I'm ruining party. What do you mean? Not again! No! I'm sick of the bees. I've had enough bees for one lifetime. I never want to see a bee again. They're not fun to play. They're not fun to play against. Caltrops gains the trap type. Sure. Cash Cannon redesigned. Deals damage equal to twice the amount of gold you have gained this run? I'm sorry, what? That's its current text, right? Except now for forever? So it's retroactively current Cash Cannon? I'm sorry, what? It's yeah, I get that. I get that. Why are we what? Is it still? It's still silver. Good change, so you can pivot into it. Same with Jim. In principle, I like this. I like that you can pivot into these things. I'm very scared of this change in reality, though. This was the original design intention. They lacked the tech for it. Just the statement that they lacked the tech to have a counter for the amount of gold that you've gained this run is a little mind bending, but it's going to. I don't know that it will be. It changes the way that you play. One day they will hear a variable. Yeah, I don't know. I don't like. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because like they're already tracking that you're gaining gold as you gain it. Otherwise, Cash Cannon wouldn't be possible in its current form either. So there's just not a variable that tracks how much is over the course of the entire run. But that I don't know why this would be a tech problem that took any amount of time to solve. But I don't know their code base. It just seems insane to me. Read pawn shop. No. Wait, why am I reading pawn shop? Just because it starts at bronze? We'll get to it. We'll get to it. You got a lot of money. You're buying every shop no matter what, unless you're full weapons. That is a way that you can play. I don't know if that's necessarily the way that you play, but it is something that you're thinking about. It does make it even more important to cycle everything that's free and to like min-max your vendors. I can imagine that being fun for some players. It does definitely tap into the pig fantasy better than the current Cash Cannon version. I guess if I'm scared of anything, I'm just scared of the numbers. I'm pretty scared of the numbers, though. I do think this design is better. I'm just a bit surprised that they don't, like, that it's the exact same numbers that they are currently. I don't think Cash Cannon was that far from being good when played correctly. Numbers can be adjusted. Yeah, it's just I would hope that they adjust the numbers preemptively a bit rather than pushing them in their current form when it's getting a buff this large. Cold Dream cooldown to 8 was 6. Freeze duration to 1 was 5. So this is a nerf, right? Wait, this is... What? So, at the start of the patch last month, I was really worried about Freeze Pig. And I think a big part of why it ended up not really mattering was because everyone just jammed Crook anyway, and Freeze doesn't pivot from the Crook line very easily. I didn't really have much success in the games that I tried to play Freeze. Like, I did have a hard time getting all the pieces together still. Crook dead. Oh, it's just weird to see this change when there was so little Freeze on ladder before. He's been shit for a while. I don't disagree. I don't know. Freeze was always weird. It was good when you got all the pieces together, but You had a hard time getting all the pieces together. It did need a lot of very specific items. High risk, low reward lines. I would say that was high risk, high reward, but the risk didn't really... The risk was the problem, right? Like, this game rewards you for consistency, not taking risks. I've seen a day 16 freeze pig. I think I have seen less than 5 freeze pigs in my entire time playing this patch. This patch. So no, because no one's playing freeze pig. Rook. Now passive only. Up to 5, 10, 15, 20. So you get a little bit more buff, but that's going to end up being less damage overall, right? What is Crook normally hitting for? Like 50 damage? If your other 4 items are swinging 7 total times, at silver, you're getting an extra 14 damage. So you're losing 40 damage. The bigger thing is now Crook doesn't show up in weapon shops, right? So getting the whole Crook board together is a bit harder. Gold plus is nerf damage. Sure. I don't care about Crook that late anyway. That's when I want to be leaving Crook. It makes like some crazy high rolls less crazy, but like if you get Gold Crook early, you're going to be happy about it anyway. I don't think that really matters. Yeah, so now Medium Shop is the only one that sells everything you want for the Crook Shop, and the Medium Shop has a lot of dilution on Pig. There's a lot of shit in that shop. Tool Shop? You can't get Tool Shop day 1, right? I guess day 1 it wasn't that important to have Crook anyway. You wanted it like day 3, day 4. Once you have the full board, it was important. Big has more tools than it used to, though, right? I know it used to be like almost guaranteed that you got Crook from Tool Shop. I think there's like 12 tools now that start silver or below. Oh. 19. Oh, there's skills in here. Whoops. 17. Even more. Yeah, way less consistent than it used to be. And it's also like, there's nothing else in the tool shop that you want when you're playing Crook. Like, kind of Pitchfork, maybe Grindstone, kind of Globe. But the nice thing about the weapon shop or the medium shop is that it sells you multiple things for the board. But when you're going to a vendor specifically to find one item, it's a lot worse. Bonsai cooldown to 3 was 4. Heals multiple times. Wait, what? Do I not know what Crystal Bonsai does? Okay, it's equal to the value. Sure. I thought it was saying that it did multicast. Yeah, so times the item's value. Sure. Sure. Like the end dilution is starting to get harder to force builds. Yeah. I do think early game it's still as easy as ever to force builds, but once we start getting into the mid game, you are rewarded for being open to multiple lines. I think over the last, like, 8 months, it's been more important to force your day 1, day 2 board, just because people have gotten better at the game. And, like, if you're not playing the best lines, you're probably going to be losing. And you can consistently play the best lines if you want to. dog. The quest is easier. And by easier, I mean it's probably about the same as it was before. With chocolate bars being less common. Still just never questing dog, whatever. Board is now diamond, praise the Lord. Hogwash starts at silver. Heals, max health gain is... Okay, plus 60, that's the pattern. I was about to say, why are we... These look like such weird numbers to not line up with what they were before. Plus 60 is still really weird, but whatever. Diamond start for it. I mean, I imagine Diamond Fort's just what it is now. You just can't find it on gold anymore. Jabalian Dagger starts at silver. Another econ item to pick up. Every one of these items that exists is also a buff to Cash Cannon. Worth mentioning. Just like having a bunch of these to cycle between. Like buy a dagger for 8, sell it when you see a pawn shop a couple days later for 20 to pick up the pawn shop, and then just keep chaining that value together. Landscraper no longer has out of combat scaling. Okay, this is a nerf to Cash Cannon. What? I'm guessing this whole effect is gone? Does the other one still do it? Vintage is completely different. Okay, never mind. Never mind. I mean, if you're gonna nerf a shield item, it does make sense to nerf Landscraper. I don't think this is that perplexing, but... I don't know, I didn't really have a problem with the scaling on Landscraper. Monocle redesigned, cooldown to 654. Shields equal to the amount of gold you have gained this run. Okay. That's pretty good, too. That's a big amount of defense on a small item. Ointment redesigned. Cooldown to 654. Heals equal to the amount of gold you have gained this run. Oh, but it no longer removes the burn or poison. Okay. Okay, people have been clamming to read this. What is this? Starts at bronze tier. You have plus max health equal to 10, 15, 20, 25 times the item's value. Well, it's 10, 15, 20. So it's better at diamond. And the amount that you gain does not go up with upgrades. So it's worse at diamond. Okay. But now you can buy it earlier to get your value chain going faster. Why did everyone want me to read this? Launch up is a lot worse. It's a lot worse to play. Contextually, I don't know. The difference between this being silver starting and bronze starting is huge. For the boards that just want to play this as another thing that is cycling value. And actually compare it to Cove. Cove is insane. What? That pig is kind of dead? What? Oh, if Jim no longer gives max HP too, I guess what you still have belt and you have lemonade stand. I guess it is harder to stack max HP. I was gonna say there's a lot of pig boards that don't even play pawn shop to make your lion cane big. But I guess losing fort, pawn shop, and pig's gym scaling might be too much. I don't think just losing any of one of those matters at all, but I think most of my fat big boards don't even play pawn shop. Most probably play either pawn shop or fort, and almost all of them are either pawn shop or fort or use pig's gym health scaling. I don't know, the numbers on double whammy are still just really high. I don't know. It might not matter at all. How much more health do you really need for double whammy to one shot? You can also just have arms dealer too, right? Anything makes you think you'll play the game particularly different? I think cash cannon is a reason to play a bit differently. Arms dealer got nerfed though. Well, we haven't gotten to that yet. How am I supposed to know that? Where are we? Pinata now gives a chocolate bar, gumball, and a small toy. So it's no longer just a black hole of value to sell Pinata. It's only mostly a black hole of value to sell Pinata. Is it good at Barcoon yet? You spend 4, it gives you 1, 2, 3, 4 back. So it's break even at Barcoon now. That's cool. Pig's Gym, redesigned, cooldown to 8. Your items gain 369 damage for each weapon you've bought this run. Okay, what is it now? It gets 246 value, and you gain damage equal to double the value. So you're getting 12 just off of the buys, assuming it's diamond. I guess we should probably look at the silver. So it's silver, you're getting 4. For the silver version of Gym, you're getting 3. So it's slightly less damage, but it's working retroactively, which probably doesn't fully balance out, but balances out a little bit. You're no longer getting the max health gain, which I think this is the line of text that I use the most on Gym. I think like 70% of my gyms are just for max HP, and then I sell the gym and get my money back. So like the ways that I like to play Gym, this is a giant nerf to Gym. But it is a very different item. It being 8 seconds at all tiers makes it a lot more playable at silver. Side grade? I don't know if it's a side grade. I think it's just a straight up nerf. But I might be underestimating how good it is to play an 8-second Gym on like day 4, day 5 if you get it. But like I don't think the Gym is going to be bigger than it was before. I might be wrong though. Like I just don't know how much the retroactive matters here. When you get it up to diamond, all of the items that you bought at silver are now counting triple than they were before. Yeah, I really have to play with it. I don't know how to evaluate this. Lower highs, easier onboarding. Like, even that's weird for me to say, because so many of the times that I end up playing a gym board, it's because I bought a gym as a flex option early. Like, I buy a gym on day 3. My main intention with the gym is just to get a bunch of HP out of it and then sell it. But the way that the shops end up lining up, I end up having a gym board, and I play gym that way. But now the line into it's going to be very different, where I've been playing a weapon board, I've cycled a bunch of weapons, and I'm open to it going into days 7 or 8, rather than I have it on my bench and have scaled it. Notably, this means gym boards are going to be way easier to kill than they are currently. Like, part of why gym boards are able to get away with being as slow as they are for their activation is because they just have an extra few thousand health from Pig's Gym. But they're not going to have that anymore. Considering his early days, you can cycle a bunch of weapons, making it a much stronger early option. No, I'm considering that. That is built into my consideration of it. I just don't know how much that matters. I think the biggest thing is that when you already have a gym, like you see an early gym on day 3, day 4, all of the weapons that you're cycling into the gym starting from that point, when you upgrade the gym, you're getting your value from those weapons immediately, rather than the upgrade not kicking in until you cycle more weapons. So like if on silver, I cycle 30 weapons to this, I have plus 90 damage. When I upgrade it, it's immediately going to 180. I think that's a bigger deal than just like being able to cycle weapons before you even have the gym. Unless the combination of like Pig's Gym and Cash Cannon just rewards you that much and you're just always trying to play towards these items. But yeah, I don't know. Very different. Very different. That's in a Lottle at 1 second? Yeah, 8 seconds into the fight. And again, the cost of this being a slow item is way higher when you don't have the max HP scaling that Pig's Gym is currently giving you. Like, a big thing that makes the gym boards good right now, or has made them good in the past when people played them, was that not only do you have a win condition when your gym activates, you also have an extra 3,000-4,000 life to get there. Depending on where we're at in the game. But when you're slow and don't have the extra life, and you're spending all of your golds trying to cycle weapons to the gym, you're not getting that defense too. And I'm not even sure that it's that much more damage. But we'll see. Regal Blade. Okay. Please. Please. Damage to 50, 100, 150, 200. Quest 1 now gives 150 damage and requires 8 weapons. It's 200 damage instead of 300 damage. It's 50 less damage at silver. Does this solve the problem? Maybe this combined with the Crook nerf? Maybe. Maybe. Probably. 250 damage at silver? No, it's definitely a nerf. It's definitely a nerf. It's not that hard to quest it. The difference between 8 and 10 on the weapon quest is kind of nothing. Quest dog a bit earlier? You don't quest dog earlier. There's no chocolate bar event. There's less chocolate bar events. Also, I don't know about other people playing Pig. I never bother questing dog. That's just not what I want to be doing. $50 less, no crook damage plus weapon skills nerf. Yeah. They're still gumballs? No, they're not. You never see gumball events when you have dog. Every time that I have tried to quest dog, I've regretted it. My worst games of the patch, well, Two of my worst games of the patch were when I was trying to play Crook and questing Dog. Before I realized Dog was just bait. I did not lose a Crook game after I stopped trying to quest Dog. Safe now has a rare chance to drop a bar of gold or bag of jewels. I don't know how I feel about this. It's a flavor win, I guess. Can we get the actual numbers at least? I wouldn't mind the gamble if we, like, knew what the probabilities were. Just hearing rare chances kind of it feels bad. I don't know. I'll still probably only be buying it in situations where it would be free otherwise. Although I guess if I'm trying to make Cash Cannon good, I might be buying this more. Pretty good with Pawn Shop too. A good comedy change. Yeah, it's just like, is it a comedy change or is it something that's happening 25% of the time you sell a safe? Like, what does rare mean? I would like to know. It's just like, when you just have rare as your description, you can't really make decisions around it. I like to know what my cards do. Shipment now only spawns items not from Pig. I like that change. Anything that gives me fewer Pig items on Pig is a very welcome change. This is a giant buff to Pig. Snow Globe. Cooldown 765. Was 7. Freeze 1. Sure. No more random double yo-yo, though. That never happened anyway. That never happened anyway. We'll cool down to 6. I don't know how to evaluate the freeze stuff here. Snow Globe's probably the item that's changed the most, but my evaluation of it hasn't changed at all. I feel like all of the versions of Snow Globe have just blended together in my mind. So, like, it originally... This doesn't show me the versions. But for his mediums or smalls, and then it stopped doing that, but they changed the duration of the freezes. Then they changed the duration of the freezes... They added the word item, okay. Then the enchants changed. Changed it to an item. Okay, maybe most of the changes were a long time ago. Never mind. +1 multi-cat. I thought it had more, like, small numbers tweaks than that. I thought its cooldown has changed a bunch of times, and I thought the freeze durations changed a few times, too. But I guess not. T-set no longer burns itself, and this upgrade is no longer absurd. Fair enough. Vineyard redesigned, cooldown to 5, multicast to 2, heal based on your max health when you heal slow. When you heal slow. That's an interesting line of text. So if you go... You could use Vineyard as your textiles activator for your sauna rice baller board. Because getting slows built into that board is kind of a big deal. And especially if burn is going to be decaying less, I could see that mattering a lot. Yeah, Vineyard's interesting. I don't know how good it is, but it's interesting. I think what else gives you a lot of quick heal triggers? I guess Matchbox Sauna, too. It's not the worst large to play on your Matchbox board. 5-second cooldown, multicast 2, 2.5 seconds over 3 slots. It's pretty bad. Vineyard Tense Burr. Yeah, but then your board doesn't do anything. Like, you can only play so many do-nothing slots. You gotta win the game at some point. Go to the offensive enchant. Maybe? So what, it'll burn equal to 1% of your max health? Is that good? .5% of your max health at Diamond? You're just textiles. Yeah, I could see it being a flex thing for a textiles board. It being a large does seem a little rough, though, for those. Guitarian Club. Damage 750, 1500. I like this change. Day 6 clubs were just a little bit too hard-hitting. It's still just as good at Diamond as it was before. More important to hit the upgrade, too. Clubless Booby Trap, still scary. Probably. I don't know. Booby Trap only happens once, right? There's just so many ways to get the freezes for club. If the first club swing isn't killing you anymore, then that's a plus for me. Yo-Yo starts at silver. I like this. I love me a good yo-yo. Being able to find yo-yo before gold starts showing up is nice too. It just feels like such a core part of Pig's comp, or Pig's boards. I guess now it's going to be harder to find overall. It just means you get to see it earlier. Do I like this change? Huh. You'll know going into level 6 whether or not you want to play a yo-yo board. But if you're trying to find a yo-yo after level 6, it's going to be a lot harder than it is currently. Yeah, this probably is a nerf. Even with the timings on it lining up better. Maybe with Diamond ASAP? It depends on the board. There are a lot of boards that are okay with a silver or gold yo-yo for a while. Like, gym boards especially don't really care about getting it to Diamond. They're just trying to do, like, at Lotl plus yo-yo, and have the yo-yo trigger every time at Lotl does. But the boards that are trying to, like, pants yo-yo really want it to Diamond. But the drum boards don't care about the tier that much. It's really just the boards that are triggering with multicast stuff that care about getting it to diamonds for the most part. Textiles to gold to buff? Yes. It's easier to find textiles when you want it now than it was before. Like, noticeably, too. It's just there's fewer boards that are caring about it, because everyone's just playing Fat Pig. The pivot from Crook into Fat Pig is so much easier than the pivot from Crook into any textiles board. If people were playing more burn boards, like if Matchbox was a more common start, you'd probably see better textiles boards now than you did before. Does Sterling make the yo-yo change any easier? Difficult is it? I don't think the problem with the yo-yo change is that you see it at silver in the shops necessarily. I think the problem is just that it's harder to find overall. But the difference is sometimes you're going to see it before day 6, and that informs what you want to buy on day 6. Where you're going into day 6 blind right now, which is a problem with a lot of boards that would want to play yo-yo. Like, it's a lot easier to buy drum when you already have yo-yo than it is to buy drum and try to find yo-yo, if that makes sense. Having more smalls that you buy early that open up directions is a big deal. But maybe not a bigger deal than, you know, actually finding the item in the first place. Yeah, like, it's big for drum, it's big for gym, it's big for fitness, it's big for... Like, all these weapon boards that want to have fast weapons. Finding a yo-yo is really important most of the time. I'm just kind of... Well, I mean, a big reason for that is because of the yo-yo change. Like, there's a lot less reason to buy drum when you don't already have a yo-yo. When you have all the pieces, it's still good. It's not, like, day 13 good, but it's the same as it was before. It was good tempo until day 9, day 10. And that's why I initially read this as something that was good, even though typically it's better for build-around items to be gold. It does specifically matter for a lot of the pig stuff that yo-yo shows up late. Because small items are the things that you want to be speculating on, because they take up less bench space. Airplane glue. Starts at bronze. 10, 20, 30, 40. That's interesting. This is good for... Excuse me. Good for the APR boards, right? You can play it with the disc. Like airplane glue, disc, APR. Is there another weapon that starts itself? You can play the drone, right? Probably not hard for that to be the only drone or tool on your board. Or is airplane glue a tool? It is, isn't it? I mean, not the end of the world if you end up missing the 50-50. You know, another way to get day 1 scaling is welcome. Could see it being on the board for a while, too. Battle balloon, more shield. Sure, whatever. I don't really get changes like this. This just feels like such a nothing change. Because so much of the shield on items like this when you want to play them and they're doing something. It's just coming from skill. I guess they did nerf the shield skills, right? Maybe that's why there's all these minor changes. Let me just read ahead real quick. Oh my god, there's so many. Toughness. Yeah, so like all of these lost value. So they wanted some of the bad shield items to not be hit as hard. I guess that makes sense. It's not the shield you play the item for. Yeah. But like, it's also when the shield is good because you have a skill for it. But if the skills are going to be worse, then I guess it makes sense. It's just kind of keeping it at parity to what it is now. Boosted saucer, cooldown goes up. Fair enough. This was pretty nuts to get early when you found the pieces for it. Darts, cooldown to 2. This deals half damage. Every third hit deals triple damage. But it's an Uzi. What does Stell do with an Uzi? Is there anything that benefits from just non-tool weapons being activated? Everything that I can think of requires the item being activated to be a tool or a vehicle. Hangar below? Doesn't Hangar need you to use a vehicle? Or drone? Yeah, vehicle or drone. Oh. When you use a vehicle or drone, your flying weapons and shield items gain damage and shield for the fight. I wouldn't really say that this is a benefit of Uzi, but lets you scale it, sure. I'm thinking, like, what does this trigger at 2 seconds? Triggered from Vanessa, poaches it from Pearl. Yeah. Just, like, having a 2-second item matters so much on some other characters that makes me, pause a little bit when I see a 2-second item. Even if it's had no other text on it, I'd be making the same thoughts. Triggers Tatiana being OP on Dooley. Dooley already has Uzi. It does put another 2-second item in the toy pool, though, right? That matters for everybody. Kind of matters a lot for Vanessa, right? And you can fish for a weapon 2-second item at the toy merchant. Oh, kind of cool. Kind of cool. Firecrackers, cooldown to 3, ammo to 3. Damage 20, 40, 60. 3x on destroy. Was 5x. So when you get this... When you have this at silver, it's for 60 and then another 60. You're playing like bursty weapon style, and you buff this up a bit. So at 9 seconds, you're getting double its damage and value immediately. So if you scale this with, let's just say you put 2 20 buffs on it somehow. Hits for 20, then 40, then 60, let's say. And then hits for 180. 300 damage. Yeah. I mean, it's at worst a side grade, right? It's either goes from not an item to not an item, or it goes from not an item to something you might consider for some boards. It's interesting. If there is some wide weapon board that scales for Stell, I could see this being a part of it. Like, this would be a really cool Vanessa item. I'm just not sure if it's going to have a home on Stell. Life cycle. Redesigned. Your shield items have 5, 10, 15, 20 shield. If you repair firecrackers, just destroy on next proc or immediately. I have no idea. Probably on next proc. It's when it runs out of ammo. Yeah, I don't know how this item currently works. That's a good question. I think it's when it tries to activate, but that might be wrong. Gets repaired with full ammo. Oh, does it? Hmm. Bicycle redesigned. They're flying double this. What? I'm sorry, what? Why? I liked Flycycle. What? Why are we taking away a bronze fly trigger? You assume active is the same? It says redesigned, which usually means they're removing all the current text. You hope it still makes stuff fly? Yeah, that's like the entire point of this. Is just not an item. Maybe this just shouldn't be here. Maybe this was a mistake. Yeah, it just isn't an item. Why would you would never play this? It's probably just a buff. It's probably just a buff. Though, yeah, I don't know. Hanger. When you use a vehicle or drone, your flying weapons and shield items gain 8, 16, 24 damage and shield for the fight. Flying weapons and shield items gain damage and shield. So what wants this? Gatling gun? You'll be able to fly things. All drone 5x multi guy. Isn't this way worse than old hanger for that guy? You can't play it with runabout. Runabout, you can't play another large item. Gives you scaling. You lose, like, your half speed if you play this. You can't give up half speed for scaling. Runabout has to be 1 second. Does it work with runabout at diamond? What's the current numbers on runabout? 7. So you have that. You have 4 other slots. No, yeah, you just can't, right? Wait. No. It exactly works. Exactly works. 6 total items. Yeah, so by the time runabout's diamond, you can consider playing it. Feels like there's probably better things you could be playing, but you could. Potentially be good. Does it? I don't know. You need your other 4 items on the board to get you your quick flies. The next major update happened in like 12 hours, 7 hours, 8 hours, something like that. Sometime within the next 24 hours. Hanger being silver is a big deal, though. I mean, it's a big deal for any board that wants to play Hanger. I just don't know what the boards that want to play Hanger are. I don't think this gets you enough to want to play it with Aerial Turret, right? Like, Aerial Turret just needs speed more than it needs you to play a large item that gives it more damage. Like, I'd rather just play Binoculars than play Hanger. You have his what shield items? Yeah, I mean, whatever. I don't know. I liked the design of Old Hanger. I never really got to play it, but I'm kind of surprised we're changing it. Hang glider. Your flying weapons and this gain 35/70 damage for the fight. While your flying weapons gain this bonus. Oh, so it no longer needs to be flying. Awesome. It reliably scales itself now. Beautiful. Trying to get Hang Glider to line up properly was such a nightmare. Hydrogen tank, cooldown to 6 was 5. When you use... Oh, no more start of combat start for Stell. Yep. It's probably at fastest going to be 4-second haste. Yeah, wow. That's a big change. Ice Bomb starts at gold. Was silver. Pull down to 4 was 3. Sure. Oh, wow. And the freeze targets goes down. God damn. Taken out back and shot. Still good for the boards that want it, but no longer just something you're going to throw on every board when you find one at diamond. Was definitely a little overtuned before. Good for the haste looping board. Swallow, for instance. Yeah, maybe. I'm not very familiar with how Swallowtail plays. An item I usually avoid, but maybe this pushes you towards wanting to play it more. I don't know. Cool with that. Kite starts at bronze. It already did. Cooldown to 5. Your entire fucking board starts flying. When a small item starts or stops flying, charge it 1 second. What? What did I just read? What is this custom card? What? I have no idea what board wants this, but this is... What? I... 'Cause... 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 'C No, this is a medium item. When it starts or stops flying. So you get to play this with marshalling lights. And then you get a charge on the way up and a charge on the way down. Is it even just like tight clockwork disc and things that scale? Like kite clockwork disc, airplane glue, don't even bother with marshalling lights? Refall charges every activation? Yeah. Gauge. New hanger good? I don't know if new hanger is good. I don't know what wants this. There might be something, but... It's less interesting to me than old hanger. I'm a little disappointed in this change. But I'm not going to say that it's bad or definitely doesn't do anything. I'm just not sure what board wants to play it. Wouldn't it mix with kite? I don't think so. I think you'd rather just be playing like airplane glues and the other thing when an item starts flying, gain 20 damage. I don't think you want to play a large item on the board if you don't have to. Polisher maybe back on the menu. Oh yeah, it's going to be way easier to quest Polisher. Wow. Yeah, I thought this was going to be good before I even got to the last line of text. I saw 5-second cooldown, fly 3 things at bronze. I was like, man, that's a pretty cool APR item. Little did I know. Little did I know. Actually, sometime in the next 24 hours. I think the patching starts in like 8 hours, and then who knows when maintenance ends. Lunch Tower. Starts at silver. Was gold. Cooldown to 6. Charge your vehicles and drones. Your flying weapons have more... Okay, they really want to push flying weapons. A lot of stuff pushing this archetype. Maybe that's what the idea behind Hanger was. Just another one of these items. Why would I have to lose old Hanger, though? I'm just bitter because I never actually got to play a Hanger run. I bought so many Hangers that just never ended up in play. No longer flies things. Yeah. Yeah. Bill Buggy is why Hanger had to die. If anything, I think it was Space Laser. I don't think Hanger was even the third best way to play Pill Buggy. I think Workshop, Radar Dome, and Launch Tower also died, but... Lava Roller. Uh-oh. Okay, what are we... How are we taking out Lava Roller to shoot it? There's no way this is gonna be a real item anymore, right? Destroy an adjacent item for the fight. The base burn goes up. Okay, it's all buffs so far. When you destroy an item, this gains 50 or 100 burn for the fight. Oh. Wait. That's fine. It no longer has to be adjacent, which is a big deal with all the new stuff that we got last patch. The numbers don't get as absurd. but it is a lot faster, and you will get more triggers. I guess the question is going to be, like, how good is putting 500 burn on the opponent at, like, 5 seconds into the fight? And how quickly are you going to be activating it over a long enough fight? Still a good parts picker payoff. I don't want to say that this is a buff, but I mean, it solves all the clunky problems that I had with Lava Roller last patch. The ceiling is definitely lower, but I think the average Lava Roller is going to be better now than it was before. You're just not going to see the 10,000 burn Lava Rollers anymore. Like, everyone remembers the times that they take a million burn from Lava Roller on the first activation and die to the fiery Lava Roller. People usually don't remember all the times that the Lava Roller opponent just dies before activating Lava Roller, or when they only had, like, 2 destroys, put 200 burn on you, and you just race them anyway. Everyone does, however, remember the times that the opponent's Lava Roller gets destroyed by their parts picker, and that should never happen anymore. But I feel like everyone has one story where the opponent's Lava Roller got blown up by their own parts picker, because they were trying to greed. We'll still find a way. Maybe. Maybe. I do think people really underestimated how clunky the adjacent was on Lava Roller. Fun to see bad Lava Roller. Well, it's not even that it was bad, right? Like, a lot of those boards that were destroying their own Lava Roller were bad to slows, but if they didn't position that way, their Lava Roller didn't do enough damage, so they had to do it that way. But it's just like, when their Lava Roller gets slowed or their repair gets slowed, their board gets bricked. I'm out of water. That's not good. How many more? Okay, there's a ton of stealth changes. I need to take a quick break. I need to get some water. I will be back in like 2 minutes, and we will continue working our way through the patch notes. Hope you guys stick around. These patching streams always destroy my voice. Okay, where were we? Oblivion Cannon. When an item is destroyed, this gains 200 or 400 damage for the fight. Just flat, no longer based on the item's cooldown. That's a good change. This was such nonsense. It was so random. Makes more sense to have it standardized. Like, you have no control over the opponent's cooldown of their smallest item. This makes the outputs more predictable. Oxymask. Shield 20. Use another tool or vehicle. This gains shield. Cool for Ball Blaster boards. Because the mask itself is a tool, right? It's another thing that rewards you for activating a bunch of tools. Seems kind of good. Probably not something that you want to play until day 3 or... Yeah, you probably don't want to play this until you have a full board, but... pretty good when you do. What, a 6-second cooldown? 5-second cooldown? Wait. Oh. Yeah, pretty good. Pretty good. Parts Picker gets nerfed. Okay, so it's 1 second slower at Diamond, and you... I guess the self-destroy board's played at Gold sometimes. Oh, but it's way better at Gold. I see. I see. Huh. Just how do you make it fast enough? So there's no more hydrogen tank to make this faster. Yeah, they have nerfed all of the things that make Parts Picker faster. A couple patches ago, when Joystick charged drones for 4 at Diamond, this wouldn't have been as big of a deal. Joystick plus calipers. Haste the calipers to move faster. That's a lot of work. At that point, you might as well just haste the Parts Picker directly. Or haste the joystick directly. Calipers is what, 7 seconds naturally? Like, none of these things are getting you a faster start. Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be boards that want Parts Picker. They're probably going to be worse than they were before. This is a funny joke of positioning being theoretically less awkward if Parts Picker plus Oblivion Vortex. Pressure Heater. Cooldown to 6. Was 5. When you use another tool or vehicle, charge this 2. Huh. It's another Ball Blaster buff. Wow. Not bad. Recycler Bot now does something. Love to see it. Another Ball Blaster buff. So it actually matters a lot, right? It's kind of hard to get defense on the Ball Blaster board sometimes. This is a 5-second shield item now. Like, it doesn't sound that exciting, but it is just a free output. When your board would often be playing Recycler Bot for no value to charge your Ball Blaster in the first place. It gives you a target for shield skills if you have them. It's a reason to actually play it over Repair Drone? No, it's not. Stop. Once you're at gold items, you don't care about this anymore. Let's be real. The reason to play it over Repair Drone is they can repair more items at a time. Sometimes you just need to repair 3 things at once. Or, like, this not being a drone matters for some reason. Like, you're playing a workshop board, and you want to have a tool, but don't want to have a drone. Security drone, cooldown to 8. Shield numbers go down. When the enemy uses an item, charge this 1. While this is flying, reduce its cooldown by 2. Wait, what? Is this a nerf? What does this do right now? When the enemy uses an item while this is flying, charge this 1. Oh, so it doesn't need to be flying to get charged. But it's a lot slower if you don't fly it. Okay. How many tags? The tech drone. Tech nerf could be a buff for Bomb Blaster. The tech needs vehicles, right? The Bomb Blaster board doesn't play any vehicles. Steam Washer and the Tugboat are both? Sure. I never really play Steam Washer on the board, though. Because Steam Washer also needs vehicles, right? Yeah. You could play Tugboat, but... like, ever since Tugboat got nerfed, it's not really all that premium. Okay, where were we? Sky Anchor. Damage up. It is up, right? It's currently 50, 100, 150? Wait. Sky Anchor's nuts now? Diamond Anchor is double? Really? It was not that far from being playable. Like, I've had good Sky Anchor runs recently. This item is good. Because before it, you could get it to crit easily. Can you not anymore? You still have goggles, right? Oh, targeting drone gives less crit, I guess, but that doesn't seem... saying now it does more. Oh, sure. Yeah, that's... crit Sky Anchor hits for 600 every 3 ICDs? God damn. Is Pill Buggy nerfed? Indirectly so far. Tank got nerfed. And the launch tower version of it got nerfed. I don't think I've seen anything other than that yet for Buggy. Yeah, that's... that's a hell of an item, though. God damn. Another thing that rewards you for picking up weather machines, too. I don't really want to go back to the weather machine lions, but we might be. Hanger Pill Buggy used to be a build. Yeah, but it was like the 4th best Pill Buggy board. Do we really care about it? Space Laser gains the Ray type. Awesome. Stell's Workshop. When you use a tool Charge 1 or 2 vehicles or drones for 1 second. Okay, so it doesn't... Okay, these two changes here are kind of big. Are they? I feel like this doesn't matter for the pill buggy board most of the time. It matters for the really high roll boards that get to cut targeting drone. But if you're playing targeting drone anyway, this is the same or better because it's more reliable. It's more consistent. Yeah, like it's probably better for the buggy targeting drone board. I feel like the only boards that this version of Workshop is worse for are the really high roll boards that were able to get down to 1 vehicle or drone, which just felt so rare. I feel like almost none of my Workshop boards got down to 1 vehicle. Well, vehicle / drone. This is probably a buff to all of the Parts Picker Workshop boards, too. If people still play those after the Parts Picker changes. Just more reliably getting the charge on the picker. I don't know. It's fine. I think it's generally a good change. Maybe. Like, very slightly less aspirational, but... It's not like Sampler, where there were a bunch of boards that came online early that were really good at just charging 2 items back and forth. Generally, Workshop did not get down to 1 vehicle or drone. Targeting drone. Haste the item to the left of this 2 seconds. Okay, this is a big buff to aerial turret. I'll say it. I'll be the first to say it. Aerial turret loves a 2-second haste at bronze. It'll trade a little bit of crit for that. No problem, no problem. But yeah, slight nerf to Pill Buggy, I guess. Pill Buggy cared a lot about the crit. Yeah, it's a nerf to the boards that care about crit, and probably a buff to the boards that didn't care as much about the crit and just wanted it for a 4-second haste. I guess it's a bit worse when you're relying on this as your only haste. It doesn't get you full haste uptime at Diamond anymore. Big one. Cooldown to 14. When this is destroyed, deal damage equal to 20 to 30% of the enemy's max health. 30%, eh? 30% is rough. Can we at least get like 34% so that 3 activations is enough? 4 activations to kill? That's rough. That's rough. Because it can't crit ever. It's not like Anchor, where you're effectively getting double the output. Like 14. The cooldown doesn't matter. You're not playing this to activate it. It has a cooldown just so that it can eat freezes. It actually would have been an interesting nerf to it, to remove the cooldown. Though maybe not a great flavor change. Yeah, that's... I think like I've had boards that activate it 3 times pretty quickly. But getting a 4th is tough. What do I think so far? About what? Like, you gotta be more specific. There's a lot of changes here. Vortex Cannon. Cooldown to 5 was 4. Wow. Surprised this is happening now. I would have thought that if they were going to nerf Vortex Cannon, they would have done it patches ago. Is it even that popular, this patch? Oh, maybe they're worried about it with some of the new stuff? There are a bunch of rewards for playing flying weapon boards, and Vortex Cannon is a natural piece of those. Might just be that. Bilge Worm. Renamed from Hate Leech. That's a flavor win. Redesigned. Gains the weapons and aquatic types. When the enemy uses their leftmost item. Deal damage. Lifesteal. On one hand, that's kind of cute. On the other hand, it's a fucking Caltrops. But it's kind of cute. I think the design is cool enough that I don't hate it. And it's low impact enough that I don't hate it. But it is a fucking Caltrops. And I have a natural aversion to Caltrops. We'll see if I hate it in a week. Bladed hoverboard. Damage 20, 40, 60. Caltrops you can play around. Sometimes. $20, $40, $60. Was $30, $50, $80. And the damage skills got nerfed. This is somewhat relevant. Pretty relevant. Very relevant. Yeah, that's all less damage. The boulder gains the trap type. Okay. Butterfly sword. No! But it was so cool! Really? It makes it better at silver, I guess. Was diamond butterfly swords a problem? I thought it was fun. I liked it. Exactly how it was before. No. Was it? No. It was like 6 seconds at 7 seconds at all tiers? Yeah, it was 7 at all tiers. Calico. Cooldown to 6. No long. Why? Did I just like miss a complaint fest? I feel like this is coming out of nowhere. Like neither of these items were bad. I'm not like intellectually surprised that they were nerfed. I'm just like surprised that they were nerfed. Because I feel like the general consensus is that Calico sucks, and Butterfly Swords is just an item that is kind of cool when you get it to Diamond. Calico was very underrated. Like, so all the crit to damage skills. Well, the nerfs to damage skills naturally make Calico worse already. Like, Calico needs flat damage, and you're often getting that from skills. Like, that alone is a big nerf to Calico, no? It's because of Cyber Psy. Okay, I will jump to Cyber Psy. Maybe this will inform other changes. Starts at silver, deal 10, 20, 30. When you crit, a weapon gains crit chance. When a weapon's crit chance increases, it gains damage. I guess that's a combo. Sure, they just wanted to have a synergy item for Cyber Psy. How do you increase crit on items on Vanessa in combat? Is it all skills? I've got to be forgetting something. This card sucks? No, this card is probably insane. But you might just need to have a skill. It's gonna be like Zarlik, right? Like the games where you have static acceleration, this might go crazy. No, Sextant got reworked. I loved Sextant. Oh my god, there's so many changes. Okay. I'm not gonna jump around too much. Cannonball. Adjacent items have more ammo. This item was embarrassing. This should have happened years ago. And I do mean years ago. When was the last time Cannonball got reworked? Like 1.1 years ago. It wasn't actually that long ago that it got pushed to silver. Never mind. I thought this happened longer. No, it was back when they pushed a bunch of items from bronze to silver while also making their numbers the same as they were at bronze. I thought this happened at the same time as the first wave of that, but maybe not. Just old Cannonball now, except it starts at silver. Yeah, but like, they never should have done this in the first place. It should have just been this the whole time. Glamora starts at silver. Cooldown 765. The first 2, 3, 4 times your enemy uses an item each fight, use this. Okay, the way people were saying Rip Clamora in chat before I started the patch note reveal, I thought I was going to see something a lot weaker than this. This is situationally better. For boards that are trying to use like slow charge burn, slow charge poison, this is probably better. But it's a lot worse for a lot of the boards that are using Clamora now. The ones that are trying to get start of combat starts on their puffer or whatever no longer get it. Starting at silver might be punishing. That's true. It is going to be a little harder to find. I will say one thing about aquatics specifically is you just have a silver fishing rod around. You're often going to get one of these. It is a lot easier to find than if it wasn't an aquatic. I guess how big is the small aquatic pool now at silver? Maybe I'm just making shit up. Vanessa, aquatic, bronze, silver, small. Yeah, there's only 15. Like, it's not gonna happen every game, but if you get a silver fishing rod day 2, day 3, hold it for 6 or 7 days, you'll have your clam by the time you care about it. Just selected bronze. Oh. Oh, wait. 19. Yeah, it doesn't change too much. Why just Vanessa? Oh, does Fishing Rod show off-class items? There's one more. I thought Rod was just Vanessa items, I might be wrong. I am probably wrong, actually. I know they changed a lot of these to not be on class anymore. Yeah, just small aquatic item. Actually, wait, would it say from any hero? How does the wording on this work? I know, what's the friend one called? Radar or something? Signal something? The Dually friend printer. What is it called? Satcom. Yeah, so this says from any hero. I think Fishing Rod does not give you ambergris, but... Or not ambergris, caviar. Concealed dagger. Starts at bronze. Cooldown to 4. Deal some damage. Haste an item. The start of each fight with this, gain 1 gold. I like this so much more than the old concealed dagger. One immediate problem that is probably not that big of a deal, but I need to mention it, is that a lot of early weapon boards on Vanessa have very specific timings that they want to have items line up with. To where this haste might be bad most of the time. Which sounds weird. But if you're playing a Shark Claws board with this, and you have a bunch of 6-second items that all normally line up with Shark Claws, and the dagger makes them activate before Shark Claws, you are losing a lot of damage. I actually don't know. That sounds so silly, but I don't know that this is good that it has haste. That sounds so stupid to say out loud. I think it starts well. Yeah. Just like specifically on like the day 1, day 2 bronze boards. I don't know that the haste is a valuable line of text here. But obviously as the game goes on, this is great. I guess if you don't have Shark Claws, it's going to be good. But I do think Shark Claws is going to be even more important for the early weapon boards with the bronze skills nerfed. For what that's worth. Coral, cooldown to 5. Was 6. Cool. I've played a good number of corals. This card's not bad. Crow's Nest, if you have only one weapon, it has lifesteal and is affected by slow for half as long. I mean, that's cool bonus text. It's a nice buff. You still get frozen out. You're still going to want Radiant on your carry, but if you don't have Radiant, you get something. Was that common fishing out of the following text? Spawn 1 card, the active player, exact cards. Just yeah, I mean, that doesn't tell us anything. If you read the cards, like the actual card text, rather than the ability text that is provided by Blizzard RDB. Satcom says from any hero, Fishing Rod does not say from any hero. That's what I'm going by. I've seen caviar from Rod. Yeah, I don't think I have either. Regardless, just one more thing in the pool. But I also am pretty sure I would not have noticed if I got caviar from Rod. At least I wouldn't have until this patch. I would have noticed this patch if I got it. A small aquatic node. Or you got it from Shovel. Cyberside. We talked about this one already. Diving helmet redesigned. Starts at gold tier. Cooldown to 8. Shield 50, 100. Charge adjacents 1 or 2. When you use another aquatic item, charge this. Adjacent items are aquatic in combat. 8-second cooldown. When you use an aquatic anywhere, charge this. Adjacents are aquatic. What wants this? It charges both sides. You can use one side to make diving helmet fast and the other to charge something. Rowboat, but different. Yeah. I would think this is probably a worse rowboat most of the time. EDC is the main idea. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh. Oh. Is that better? Let's say you have multicast 8 on your EDC. Yeah, that gives you 2 activations on diving helmet. Huh. And this is also a thing that is probably better with new clam than old clam. Like, getting 1 charge on diving helmet's whatever, but if you have a gold clam, you're probably getting, like, a few extra charges. Stop giving everyone and their mom charge? No, it's good. You want people to have access to it. Like, I'd much rather there be multiple ways to get fast boards than have there be one line that you want to run down every time because it's the only way to be fast. I do like how open-ended it is, too. Like, making adjacent items aquatic, too, is both nice for EDC, for meaning you can play a non-aquatic on your EDC board without getting punished. But it also means you're always going to have 2 things that charge this. Decision a long time ago to make charge a central mechanic in the game. You think it was the better decision? Yeah, I mean, I've heard it phrased. My favorite way that I've heard it phrased is early game, you don't have any speed. In the mid game, you start getting haste onto your board, and that's how you get faster. And then in the late game, you start getting charge to like bypass the amount of time you have to wait for haste. It's like the evolution of haste for the late game. Because like fundamentally, the amount of value that you're getting out of charge is the same as the amount of value that you're getting out of haste. But you get to cash out on charge faster. So like when you have more stuff, charge is more valuable because you can never overcharge in the same way that you can overhaste. Well, never in air quotes, obviously, because of ICDs, but you know what I mean. But yeah, this with like Weatherlass or EDC is kind of interesting. I like those boards already. Or at least I like those boards already before the Burn Decay change. I haven't played them a ton post Burn Decay change. I'm trying to visualize this versus Rowboat. Which one is actually giving you more charge? I don't think it's get either way. Like even if you if you activate your EDC, it charges this for 16. It's 2 whole activations. Yeah, it's probably better. It's probably Rowboat also got okay. Well, then there's not much point in thinking about it then. Let's jump. Where's Rowboat? That requires 7 types was 5. Oh. Okay, so the tags are no longer just free. Rowboat is faster, diving helmet can loop easier. Yeah. EDC is a trap. Cool. It makes other haste boards nuts? What do you mean? Diving helmet saloon is another fun idea. Yeah, but then you're putting saloon on your board. If I've learned anything about saloon, it's that if you're thinking about putting saloon on your board as your terminal plan, you're probably making a mistake. The start of each day, get a small aquatic or loot item from any hero. Wow. Fishing net makes real items now. Did they change the fishing rod, or is it just fishing rod with a slightly bigger pool? Huh. Okay. Good fun, not good. Okay. Flame signal renamed to bonfire. Fair enough. Holsters. The first time you use an item each fight, haste your small items. So you get more haste. You can still play holsters plus clam to tie, well, to get hastes on the opponent's first activation, if you are naturally slow. You can just play this with Nesting Doll to haste your whole board at 2 seconds. Oh, it only hastes just small still, but it's for longer. Medium-sized holsters? I mean, I'd play a medium-sized holsters. Depends on the board, but... Yeah, I don't know. I have been playing less holsters than normal, but that's mostly just because I've been playing more clams than normal. So, I mean, you remove one, the other becomes better. There is a big difference between 2-second haste and 1-second haste when we're talking about late game. Interesting. Owning Steel. Cooldown to 3 was 4. Your leftmost and rightmost weapons gain 5, 10, 15, 20 damage. Whoa. Okay, so that's the compensation for losing out on weapon skills, right? 3-second cooldown plus 10 damage to 2 items. Well, plus 10 damage total. Single weapon back on the menu. Maybe. It is a lot of flat scaling. If you're trying to play this with Cutlass, is Cutlass a 5-second cooldown? So you're getting 1 activation before the first, 3 before the second? Hmm. 20 damage every 3 seconds on your single item. Yeah, that's interesting. That's interesting. So not needing to be adjacent, so you can use other adjacent. Yeah, you can play this with Cloak now. Ice Pick cooldown to 4. Awesome. Iceberg is diamond. Awesome. Lucere cooldown to 6. Was 7. I'm sorry, I just remember Joda crashed out over this going to 7 seconds last patch. I can't wait to see the next crash out. It used to be 8 seconds at some point. Yeah, like a month ago. Yeah, I don't think it's a big deal. I didn't think it was a big deal when it went to 7. It's just... I think it's a cool item to have be pushed. You got a point, though. Why are you randomly buffing items? Because some items you want to be good, and the type of item that Illucerate is an item type that they want to have be strong, but it wasn't really strong, it was just a thing. Like, there's a bunch of boards. It's the same reason why, like, Zor is as strong as it is. It's a type of item, it's really flexible, it pushes you into a bunch of different lines, it rewards you for playing flexibly. Having a bunch of the power of the character tied up in those sorts of items is just good design. Javelin, cooldown to 4. 50, 100, 150. When you crit with this, haste your other items for 2 seconds. When this is reloaded, it gains plus 50% crit chance for the fight. I'm sorry, what? You hate the new Javelin? It gives you Probe Seeker vibes? Isn't this just, like, the best silver item in the game? The timings are terrible with Ramrod. The timings are insane with Vanessa's quarters. Or Captain's quarters. Who cares about Ramrod? Doesn't it also line up well with, Powder Flask? Like, the actual good reload items? Yeah. Oh, wait, no, because this is going to activate before, right? Because it has to be to the right. And that they fixed work reload off of gaining ammo. What is the priority on Powder Flask, actually? Or Powder Horn? Lowest priority. Wait. No, it works, right? Yeah, it should work. It'll activate before Powder Horn, regardless of positioning. This might be the only interaction that Powder Horn being low priority matters for. The fuck is priority? So you know how, like, Shark Claws always buffs all items on the board regardless of where it's positioned? That's priority. I say that, but I don't actually know if it lines up here properly. Yeah, it does. I think this used to be bugged and didn't say the right priority when I looked this up like a year ago. Yeah, because this is high priority, this happens before anything else on your board happens. Relying on a 50-50 for haste will be annoying. Yeah, I mean, ideally you have other crit sources on your board too. But that's true. I'm actually curious about something now that I'm here. I have been playing Lumbors as if they did not have priority, because I knew they didn't for the longest time. Did they ever fix that? They did. Okay. What's one that doesn't? What's the Mac item that gives poison to everything? This is not very helpful. Fungal spores. There we go. Yeah, so this one is still medium. So you need to position fungal spores properly. Well, properly. It needs to be all the way to the left if you want it to buff your poison items. One of these patches, they'll fix this. Death caps too. Yeah, for whatever reason, Mac items specifically, they don't work. It's kind of been a very common pattern. I don't know if it's because, like, Mac is constantly high, so his items don't function because he's addicted to fungal spores. But, he consistently has items that don't work. We compulsively taking priority. Well, it doesn't matter for most things. Almost every effect in the game is medium priority. Player B has noticed 300% search increase. For the longest time, they did not have the proper priority information on BazarDB. I actually wasn't sure if it was going to work when I looked up Shark Claws. Because it was incorrect when I looked this up in, I think, September or October. It still said the Shark Claws buff was medium prio, even when it wasn't. Kusarigama. Damage and scaling. Do 4, 8, 12. Fair enough. Life Preserver. The first time you'd be defeated each fight. 200, 500, 1,000, 2,000. Sure. I know Life Preserver really tilts some people. It's good. Are we also nerfing Coral Armor? Or are we just nerfing one people complain about, rather than the one that's also just really good? Okay. Yep. Fair enough. That's what I expected. Still have good defensive options. Orange Julian, redesigned. Your weapons gain damage equal to half the gold you have gained this run. Okay, wait. I understand... Okay, wait. How do I put this into words? What's the right way to phrase this? I have to be very careful how I say this. We understand. In fact, we have good reason to understand why not nerfing the numbers on Julian would be busted. Because if we didn't nerf the numbers on Julian, it would basically just be what Bronze Julian was when we had to nerf it. There would be no difference between finding a Julian on Silver and finding a Julian on Bronze, because you're still getting all the same scaling. We know that would be busted. So we're going to nerf it here. I appreciate that. I appreciate that a lot. However, why did the pig items not get the same treatment? Don't get me wrong, I appreciate it. I appreciate it. But could we have at least just like connected one more dot? Just a little bit further? A little bit further? They did nerf the numbers for Jim. They slightly nerfed the numbers for Jim, but not the numbers for Cash Cannon. And also, I'm pretty sure they didn't actually nerf the numbers for Jim because they now work retroactively, too. Like, even the amount of buffs that you're gaining while it's at Silver are going to be tripled when you get it to Diamond. Instead of just the Diamond scaling being better when you get it to Diamond. Like, I'm pretty sure the numbers on Jim are going to be about what they were before. Jim got significantly nerfed compared. Specifically, it's Cash Cannon that I'm kind of concerned about. Especially since we also just went through a period where Cash Cannon was bronze and people complained about it. I don't know, whatever. Whatever. Piranha starts at bronze. Cooldown 8765 was 6. Deal 20, base 20, crit was removed. Whenever you use another friend or food, charge this 1. With Fort to Diamond, Cash Cannon may not be that bad. Maybe. You can still textiles with it. That was the more common board back when the Cash Cannon was bronze, right? People textiles it. Depending on how big it gets, too, you might just play some weapon board that just tempos out. Julian can buff a bunch of... Well, yeah, we know Julian would be busted if they didn't make it half. We know that already. However, I think we also kind of know that about Cash Cannon. Because we... What was Cash Cannon before they nerfed it? When it was bronze starting, did anything else change about it? No. Like, we also just had to nerf this. Like, did we even nerf them at the same time? No. Oh, we nerfed Cash Cannon more recently. Okay. It was 1 second faster? Was it? Hold up. Where am I? Cash Cannon. I need... Oh, sure. Wait. Oh, yeah. Okay. It was faster, too. It even used to be... Well, it was unplayable before. Or... Wait, what did they... Cash Cannon went through a journey. Yeah, this was the version that was good. And then... They changed it to just plus damage. But changed the cooldown to scale, and it was unplayable. And then when they pushed it to bronze, they also made it double damage. Or... They made it double damage, and then they pushed it to bronze. In a hotfix. Happened in a hotfix? Oh, no, never mind. Wait. When did it go to bronze? Went to bronze in August. Oh, I didn't realize that this changed at the same time. Or at different times. Yeah, it was really bad at bronze, and then they pushed it to be double. And that's what made it crazy. And then it got nerfed to silver. Sure. It's a little less crazy with it having a 1-second nerf since then, but I am very scared of Cash Cannon. I am very scared of the Cash Cannon. And I say this as someone who didn't really mind the Cash Cannon at bronze all that much. I think this version of Cash Cannon is way scarier than Cash Cannon at bronze. Pistol Sword. Huh. Yeah, that's a patch note. That is certainly an entire patch note. Yep. Diamond upgrade finally does something. I guess. I guess. That just seems like why do anything? I don't know. I don't know. Thought I would delete it. Yeah, I don't think this matters at all, but cool. I guess your bad pistol swords before you have scaling are even worse, but whatever. Rowboat now requires 7 types. Was 5. That would alter the number. No, just making sure that this was actually the whole patch note. I wasn't sure if there was something hiding. It's gonna be a lot weaker on day 6. It's like losing a full strength on your pistol sword board. Maybe? I feel like in the situations where this is going to be a lot weaker, your board already sucked. But like the pistol sword boards that you're scared of don't care about this at all. Probably a good change. This was a little bit too free. It was so free to the point where I would somewhat regularly not even realize my rowboat didn't have its cooldown. Like maybe once or twice a month. I would have a run where I put a rowboat in play accidentally without the cooldown. Because I just never even bothered looking. Seven's a lot harder. Seven's a lot harder. You've considered you don't want your bad board to be worse? Yeah. Yeah, like, I feel like if you want to nerf items like Pistol Sword, you want to nerf their ceiling, not their floor. Their floor is already kind of low. Rowboat's still great. I don't disagree. I'm not saying that this makes Rowboat bad, but I'm saying this is a relevant change. Like, you will often have to make your board worse than it would be in order to have the types for boat. Where currently, the tags are free in 95% of the time. You don't even think about it. Scimitar of the Deep. Damage to 20. When you crit, poison equal to half this item's damage was 20%. When this is hasted, your poison items gain 369 for the fight. That's a large buff. Poison still sucks. Poison does still kind of suck. The problem is just like, how do you haste it? Poison does not completely suck. When poison is good, it involves scaling it. So like, this is the type of poison item that would be good. If you think about it like a reverse Oni mask that works off of haste instead of crit, or haste instead of slows. Like, instead of scaling on crit, you instead get damage when anything crits. And then when you haste this, you get your scaling. Yeah, I don't know. I thought Scimitar was an interesting item that just never got big enough fast enough before. But this might make it get big enough fast enough. You haste an item on Vanessa? Yeah, like, it's legitimately hard to haste specific items on this character. You can play Captain's Wheel, you can play... Like, Vanessa gets a lot of haste triggers, but a lot of those haste triggers are on things like Jellyfish and Anchor and your small items from holsters. You can Zor on burn boards, but you're probably not burning a bunch when you're playing Scimitar. I mean, maybe you play, like, crit burn with us, but... yeah. You don't care about the haste at that point? You abuse half blowgun every crit? Yeah, maybe. Maybe. It could be like Oni Mask in the sense that you just ignore half of it. And secretly this is the line of text you care about. I wouldn't be too surprised. Boon starts at silver again. Cooldown 654. Why was this a gold starting item again? It was like bad and then they nerfed it to gold and then... Is this just what it was before they nerfed it? Did it change in any other way? Nope. It's just... Wait. Is it a second faster? Nope, it's just what it was. Wait. No, it is the second faster. It is the second faster. Maybe that's a difference. Right, because there's a buff here. I will probably buy some like day 3, day 4 saloons and see if we can turn them into real boards. It is hard to get me to not like a Dock Lines. And what is Sea Dog Saloon if not a Dock Lines? I'm just a little bit prejudiced against it. Sextant. When you haste, an item gains 5% crit chance for the fight. Ew. Wait. What? Why? Oh, because of Cyber. I guess. Honestly, I would have preferred they just like push Sextant to gold. I like Sextant. Some of the most fun that I've had on Vanessa boards is like building some big haste engine with Sextant. But, like, you need to get starting haste for that to make sense. Hey, Kurito, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Gold Sextant sounds like a nice side buff. Yeah. Like, if they changed one of the other crit givers to be what Old Sextant was, but gold starting. Like, I thought this was a really cool item. This item sucked, but this item was really good. This item was okay, and this item was really good. Just the bad goggles. Well, it's a really bad goggles, because you can't even... Well, one, it's a medium. Two, it doesn't give the adjacent thing crit chance. It just gives a random thing crit chance. And three, it doesn't have a cooldown. Like, at least give it a cooldown. Now, like, goggles is busted on Nessa. Like, maybe it's not the best thing to compare it to, but... I am more offended because I liked Old Sextant rather than that I dislike this. But, starting crit's just so important. It's kind of busted on Stell, too. It feels less busted on Stell than Vanessa. Stell doesn't have as many ways to just, like, full haste the board. Like, I've 10-winned a bunch of runs just playing, like, Water Wheel plus goggles. Water Wheel, goggles, swashbuckle. Like, you have use for overcapped crit, too. You're the holster's hero. Shark Claws. All of your weapons gain damage. Wowie. People wanted this change so bad. I don't... like, it's a fine change. It's what? It's silver, it's probably going to be, like, 40 extra damage over the course of a fight. Whatever. I think the impact of this change is way lower than people think the impact of this change is going to be. I'll put it that way. It's a fine change. But, like, there are a lot of people that say, like, Shark Claws is bad because it doesn't buff itself or whatever. And, well, it's worse on day one. After day one, the difference between this and buffing other weapons is not that big. It's to balance out the bonus HP on level ups. I don't think that's the intention. I think the bonus HP on level ups is counteracted by the chocolate bar event being more rare. Shark Ray starts at silver tier. Cooldown to 6, damage to 20. When you haste a friend, all of your friends gain damage and poison. But silver starting. So, Jelly. Yeah, this... You can also just play this as a crab that doesn't care about adjacency? Wait. Yeah, this is almost always going to be better than crab for a puffer board, right? You just get way more hastes on friends than you do freezes. It's probably not better for EDC. Puffer less clam and holsters. Oh yeah, never mind. Puffer's still unplayable. Never mind. Swashbuckle, crit bonus 1530 was 2550. Really? I mean, okay. This is another one that I'm just, like, surprised to see this happen now. I feel like if this was gonna happen, it would have happened anytime within the last year? I don't feel like Swashbuckle was any more common this patch than it's been in the past. A lot of testers are concerned the crit line would be too strong. Wait, we're worried about Swashbuckle with mid-game items? Weapons crit chance increases. Yeah, maybe I'm just not seeing it, but I... Huh. Swashbuckle Sextant. Are we really scared of 5% crit every time we aced on a weapon board? Where are the hastes coming from for this on your weapon board? Like, usually getting the haste is the hard part. That's why Sextant's cool on those boards, because it gives you your haste. While also, like, fixing your crit. Like, it's doing two purposes. But now you need to get your crit from some other source so that you can get more crit, so that you can get hastes. Like, Sextant was good because it solved two problems at once. This version of Sextant needs you to solve those problems already. Like, this doesn't do anything unless you already have haste. And it can get you more haste if you have haste. But then it's just solving your crit. Or it's getting you haste, but you already have your crit solved. It never does both at the same time anymore. It solves the other problem if you've already solved one of them. Yeah, but it's just, both of those problems are difficult problems to solve. And the cool thing about Sextant was that it could do both when you got it at a high tier. Or, like, it didn't fully solve your crit, but if you had, like, your crit halfway solved, it solved the rest of your crit while giving you your haste. It's gold Sextant 10%? No, it's 5% at all tiers. And it's 5% on a random item, too. Like, ugh. It's half a goggles. And you don't even get to choose where it goes. Like, when I had goggles plus Swashbuckle, it was good. It was very good. I don't think it was game-breakingly good. Like, I don't think it was stronger than the anchor boards were. It was just a nice natural line where you would get the goggles as a drop from a PvE fight. You'd pick up a water wheel. You would find your blowgun. It was a lot of slots on your board in order to have enough hastes for it to be good. Then you also had to devote 2 spaces on the Swashbuckle. This is an even bigger package if you want to play Sextant, because Sextant is twice as big as the what's it called? Wait, it's not only twice as big as the goggles, but it also doesn't receive haste. Yeah, where are you getting haste from on these boards? You can't play Water Wheel. There's no way. Yeah, I'd be really curious what they were afraid of. Because I might be missing something, but I don't know where the weapon board gets haste from. Just javelin. Oh, that might be what I'm missing. That might be what I'm missing. This item's crazy. I did completely forget about javelin. Yeah, maybe. Maybe. Javelin's really good. Spyglass, when you slow, an item gains 10% crit chance. Wait, really? I mean, okay, I should be real. We're not really losing items that see play that much of the time. Just like there were niche boards where it was really nice to just have a good way to get a bunch of starting crit. Where like mid-combat crit's just so much worse than starting crit. Anchor is niche. Yeah, it's not... I feel like most of my anchor boards don't even bother with these. Like, I'm getting crit from other sources, but... it does matter for anchor. The Spyglass and Sextant only work if you high roll now. The items are useless 90% of the time. Yeah, I don't know. The crit not even being targeted is... I guess it doesn't matter for every word, but... matters for some. Like, it was already almost always useless. I don't know. It had its moments, for sure. Yeah, it was almost always Diamond when you wanted to play it. It's the same thing as Sextant. I do think generally Sextant was better, but... there were some boards that just wanted to get a bunch of crit chance. I think most of the time I played this on, like, Oni Mask, where I just needed to fix my crit, and it was a way to fix my crit. But I guess maybe this is better for Oni Mask. I don't know. The difference between... no, because I'm usually not playing slows on my Oni Mask board. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. With Cyberside? Yeah, maybe. They're gold items, though. Like... how good are the numbers on Cyberside? When a weapon's crit chance increases, it gains damage. I feel like I'd rather just have starting crit so that I'm getting my crits early. Because, like, I see the same problem with Oni Mask, where it's going to slow down how quickly your Oni Mask scales, even if you eventually get the crit. But you really want your crits to happen early in the fight to get the scaling bootstrapped in the first place. It's enough board space for all those ideas to converge. Yeah, that's... yeah. Yeah. It just seems like you're asking a lot. Maybe I'm missing something and there's some glue that holds it all together, but... yeah, I don't know. Submarine, 60, 120, 240. If this is your only weapon, it is affected by freeze and slow for half as long. Cute, I guess. Submersible, redesigned, cooldown to 5. Your leftmost and rightmost aquatic and shield items gain 10, 20, 30, and 10, 20, 30 shield. If you have another vehicle or large item, this item's cooldown is reduced by 2. So wait, is it not a weapon anymore? So there's actual synergy between submarine and submersible now. You can stack a bunch of... You can play like submersible, submarine... What's the other one? Honing steel? And play like some spooky single weapon setup with pretty big scaling through the mid game. That's probably a good tempo board, no? You want Nest for sure? Yeah, Nest you get slow immunity now, right? So what, if you play Submersible Submarine, 5 slots, Crow's Nest, 8 slots, Honing Steel, 9 slots. Can you get Haste in the last slot somehow? I guess not. You might not be able to fit Honing Steel. You might have to play Captain's Wheel. Silencer? Silencer's not enough speed. You would much rather have Haste. Weights? You could play a Weights with a bunch of ammo. Yeah, maybe. I think more than likely you're just cutting Honing Steel and playing Captain's Wheel most of the time. Cloak, no. You could Cloak. I think I'd rather Captain's Wheel than Cloak. Captain's Wheel also lets you haste the Submersible in addition to the Submarine. Gives you another cooldown in play. Because you're getting way more scaling out of this than you are the Cloak. You also get faster haste for your Submarine. Tripwire gains trap type. Turtle Shell starts at gold. Shield 20-40. Your shield items gain 20-40 shield for the fight. Oh, we're just going big. Okay. Really? Wait. Huh. My initial thoughts on this is it's just not the type of item that you want anymore once gold show up. Like this card better on silver. Yeah. Like, I don't really want to play a card like this at gold once gold starts showing up. It seems like the kind of thing that I want to be pivoting out of. I don't know. I mean, it is better at those tiers. We're reducing max health scaling and standardizing some numbers. Okay. Okay, so even if Karnak gets these, it is even harder to get more flat HP scaling for him than we initially thought when reading his cards. Oh my god, we're finally nerfing Bloodhound? Unbelievable. It's still the best skill in the game, but... Or at least for the boards that care about it. It's still the best skill in the game. Goddamn. Bloodthirst. This is the lifesteal items damage. Brawler, less max health. Cherished keepsake. Creeping chill. I'll just try to rush through these. I'm not gonna spend a ton of time on every skill. Yeah, it looks like bronze damage skills getting nerfed across the board. Max HP skills getting even bigger nerfs across the board. Even the ones that Karnak doesn't have access to. Okay. So we just want max HP to be lower from skills in general. Hardened Shield redesign. I like this. It was a bit silly before. Variance on it was crazy. No longer makes something a food. Oh wait, no, it does make something a food. It just also reduces its cooldown. I like this. Having these do something a little bit more than just give a tag. Oh, it's a gold skill now. Oh, cool. Leftmost items affected by freeze for half as long. That's interesting. Is it diamond? Okay, whatever. You like the access to type skills? Yeah, same. Inexorable gets technically nerfed, I guess. I mean, 90% of the time the skill is crazy. You're just getting it at silver. And it's the same thing at silver, so... Okay. Sure. I mean, whatever. Iron sharpens iron, base damage 8 was 3. Scaling damage 1, 2, 3. Iron sharpen iron looks worthless. It's definitely not worthless. It's worse. I'm a bit surprised that this is the way they're hitting it. Wait, why? It's definitely a lot worse. I thought we were just nerfing the bronze damage skills. We're also hitting the fringe silver ones. It's a drone, gets the same treatment. Like clockwork gets the same treatment. Lifting disabled due to similarity. Okay. That's another damage scaling skill gone. Master Diver. Pack Infiltrator. Primal Rage gets the nerf. Protein Powder HP scaling. Yeah, so many skill changes. Skills in general, just across the board, are getting way lower impact. This is just what, like a 33% nerf to the average skill? The average non-charge skill? Charge skills are still the same? Crit skills are still the same? Strength gets taken out back and shot. Like, I don't know how I feel about this without compensation to bronze weapons across the board. Avedon left-handed, right-handed too. Even nerfed at high tiers. I think doing the extra health and skill nerf in the same season was excessive. Yeah. Yeah, like I thought this was gonna happen at some point. Like it's aiming to slow down early game fights. But when you do that, you just make burn the best thing to do again, right? Especially combined with burn getting the decay changed back. Like general defenses got lower. Health went up. And burn decay is back down to whatever. Check sharpshooter. Your leftmost and rightmost item have plus 10% crit chance. If you have one weapon, it is double crit damage. Cool. This is a diamond skill because it has no upgrades. It's irrelevant. Yeah, initial impressions is the burn is the big winner. Or maybe Karnak is the big winner. We'll we'll see. I was expecting his max HP to have more ways to get flat, and it is a lot harder to get flat than expected. So maybe those lines are a lot worse than I was predicting. The change to what is it? To this also might make the slingboard that I thought was going to be crazy a lot worse. Weapons suck now. Weapons are a lot worse. The skill changes are real big for weapons, and they didn't really get any buffs to compensate. Like, defenses are only slightly worse, but losing strength left and right-handed is a huge deal for red damage boards. Jules is a big winner. I could see that. I could see that. Yeah, you could probably go back to tempoing Jules with burn boards. I really like Athenor to Silver. I do think these are big notes still, too. Joglo breed's kind of nuts. Vanessa looks grim without Sharklaw. Yeah, Sharklaw seems really load-bearing. Though, I don't know, there are a couple ways to scale. You do have Sharklaws, you have Switchblade, and I think the new... What's it called? We were just talking about it. Honing Steel. I think Honing Steel is great now, too. Honing Silver? No, it's bronze. It's bronze. I wouldn't be surprised if this is enough to keep weapons playable. It just kind of depends how common chocolate bar events are, maybe. Weapons also run into the buffed bees. Oh, god damn it, I forgot about that change. Why are fucking bees back? Fucking bees. Weird 8 nerfs of the highlights. I mean, I don't know if the 8 nerf is a highlight. It's just like, why did it happen? I don't know. It's not a bad change. It's just, I'm just surprised we're using a patch note on it. Am I afraid of bees, Bob? I think I'm more afraid of bees' pants. It's less like I'm afraid of it and more we've been through this and we know that the gameplay around the beehive being good is the worst. I'm just not excited to have this be a thing again. Bob's better. I don't know. The ceiling on Bob I think is generally lower than the ceiling on Shorts, but maybe. I think it's the same as HP as other characters, finally. I don't know why people were clamoring for this. I kind of liked Big having more HP. Felt like a good signaling thing. Like, not the biggest deal. It's a little bit of extra power on a hero that tends to struggle in the earlier days. Not every patch, but on average, Pig is the hero that tends to struggle in the first few days. It matches with the character's flavor of him being huge. been told it should change this. Who tried to after 5 patches? The devs came in and did it. Yeah, that's how I felt about the Shark Claws change. The Shark Claw change is another one that's like the actual impact of this is way lower than the outcry to have the change happen. It's not a bad change. It's just, I guess it's a change that makes people happy, and that's enough reason to do it. Having 50 more HP, day 1 ammo weapons are also that much worse. Yeah, you're definitely going to want to have scaling. Double barrel's been a joke item for so long. Has it been? Double barrel left-handed is really good. Especially if you got the powder flask. The problem that I have with double barrel is just how annoying it is. Like, when you buy a double barrel, you need to either have enough damage on the rest of your board to not need to reload it, or you need to have the reload. Goes playable again. It's about fighting early monsters if you get very bad RNG. I mean, by day 2, you should have a board already. And it's not really making you... If you just have solo Shark Claws, you're not beating any day 2 fights with that either way, no? And day 1, you beat the day 1 fights that you care about without a board anyway. So, like, who cares? Handed got nerfed? Yeah, I mean, the handed nerf is a big nerf to double barrel, for sure. But, like, it had its situations where double barrel was really strong. I think I've had a couple runs this patch where I played double barrel the entire game. It was like tempoed it to 10. Okay, anyways. I think that is going to be it for the stream tonight. It's been fun. That was a long patch note review. Solo Shark Claw now beats Technician if you get a little sustain. Who is Technician? What fighter here are you not beating with a little sustain? Like, Rogue Strapper loses to a little sustain on its own. You're losing to Borear either way. You beat Thief with just a little sustain. You need more than a little sustain to beat this fight. Like, you're not beating this with Shark Claws and a little sustain. No, you're way overestimating how much scaling your Shark Claws gets. You will just die to this. Warrior isn't that strong anymore? No, but you do still need to kill him pretty quickly. Like, if you don't kill him, he will kill you. Unless you have a lot of defense. In which case, again, you don't need the Shark Claws anymore. Like, Shark Claws buffing itself is not the difference between winning and losing this fight. Okay, anyways. I think that is going to be it for the stream tonight. Hope you guys enjoyed. We'll be back tomorrow with the full patch. Playing some Karnak. Let's chain these patch notes reviews together. Let's send it over to Yoda. Can you make it in time to see us crash out over a